Please be seated. You ready then, Ronnie?
We're just looking for one
Okay.
that was here last night that we aren't finding. But I have confidence Ben will find it out.
Steph was asking. At least.
Three more. Now I'm ready.
We will go back on the record in the matter of State versus Zelenski. Is there anything to address before we bring the jury in?
I don't believe so, Your Honor.
No, Your Honor.
I can say Dr. Kovach has no criminal record. At least I assume so.
Please be seated. Good morning, members of the jury, and thank you for being here promptly. Ms. Isherwood, you may call your next witness.
I would call Dr. Adam Kovach, who's strapped in.
Please raise your right hand and state your name for the record.
Adam Kovac.
Do you solemnly swear the testimony you will provide will be the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
You may have a seat.
Could you state your full name and spell your last name for the record?
Adam John Kovac, C-O-V-A-C-H.
And I called you Kovach, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
What is your profession?
I am a forensic pathologist and the chief medical examiner for Fond du Lac County.
I'm going to show you what I've marked, what has been marked as Exhibit 30. Can you identify that exhibit for the court?
This is a copy of my curriculum vitae, basically a resume for doctors and lawyers.
Can you briefly go over your qualification and education to attain the position of chief medical examiner?
I started off getting an undergraduate degree at Marquette University in clinical laboratory science. After working for a year, I went to medical school at the Medical College of Wisconsin and graduated from there in 2013. After that, went to an anatomic and clinical pathology residency at the University of Wisconsin in Madison. During that time, I realized that I wanted to pursue a career in forensic pathology. So after my 4-year residency, I did a 1-year forensic pathology fellowship at the University of Michigan, where I split my time evenly between Ann Arbor and Detroit. After completing that in July of 2018, I started working at the Fond du Lac County Medical Examiner's Office. I also took and passed my anatomic, clinical, and forensic pathology boards when I needed to take them.
And what are the general duties of the chief medical examiner of a county?
Chief medical examiners or coroners will determine the cause and manner of death.
And in order to do that, you perform autopsies?
On some cases, yes.
Okay. So there are some cases you don't do an autopsy?
There are many cases, especially natural causes of death, where an autopsy isn't necessary. If somebody walks into a hospital with crushing chest pain, and the tests that confirm that they're having a heart attack, there's not really a need to do an autopsy in cases like that.
I'm going to hand you what's been marked as Exhibit 31 and 32, and could you identify those documents?
Exhibit 31 is a copy of my autopsy report on Mr. Manente Powell, and Exhibit 32 is a copy of the blood results from the toxicology.
So, in Exhibit 30, without being too graphic for us lay people, can you describe what happens in an autopsy?
An autopsy begins before I even look at the body with learning the circumstances surrounding the person's death. One of the things that they pound into you in medical school is that a good history will get you 80% of the way to a diagnosis. Everything else, physical exam, lab tests, everything, is just to confirm the suspicions of the doctor from that initial history. And my equivalent of the history is the scene investigation. So there's a lot of times not all the facts are known, but just a general gist of how is the body found, what do we think happened, stuff like that. I then will examine the body externally, looking for signs of injury or disease, and document my findings on a note sheet. After that, I will examine the body internally, examining the organs sequentially, weighing them, again looking for the presence of disease or other competing causes of death. At some point, I will also get samples for toxicology testing. After the case is done, portions of organs will get sent to a lab in Milwaukee to get turned into glass slides, which I will later on review about a month or so after the autopsy is performed.
Thank you. I'm going to show you what's been marked as Exhibit 36. You can bring that up. Now this is a snapshot of a video, so it's not very clear. Were you provided with this information of the position the body was found in Mr. Manente Powell's autopsy?
To my recollection, not at the time we performed the autopsy, but a couple of weeks ago I was.
Okay, so I've displayed Exhibit 36, and the position the body is found, as a pathologist, why is that valuable?
It gives you an idea of how of what happened at the instant that a person died. So let's say, for example, there were some scrapes to his forehead. Being found in a position like this would explain that. As he was falling, he struck his head against the blacktop and produced that injury.
Would that have some bearing on how high of a distance he fell from?
The degree of injury, yes.
Thank you. Now, I'm going to show you what's been marked as Exhibit 33. And can you describe that exhibit?
This is a picture of Mr. Powell's armpit, basically, showing the entrance wound.
What conclusions can you draw from the picture?
That this was a contact range gunshot wound. The barrel of the gun was pushed up against his skin at the moment it was fired.
And how can you tell that?
There is what's called a muzzle stamp to the northeastern portion of the circular defect. There's that arc abrasion. What happens is it's more than just the bullet or shot that comes out of the gun. There's also gases, flames, smoke, and all of them create different stigmata depending on how far away the gun is. What happens with muzzle stamps is all the expanding gases push the skin backwards, and anything that is around the wound can get slapped against. And if it's a hard enough slap, it can create an impression. When it's the muzzle of the gun, it's referred to as a muzzle stamp.
So, I believe, had you been told what kind of gun shot Ryelee Manente Powell?
I had been told that it was a shotgun, and the wound confirms that. Pistols tend to be much smaller.
Were you able to tell from this image if it was a single barrel or a double barrel?
No.
Okay. But the arc on the outside is a bruise from the gun, and then the actual injury is from when the shot went through.
Yes.
So, what is your professional opinion on how close the gun was?
It was pushed in against the skin.
Pretty hard?
I can't really go. I don't know.
Okay, but it was pushed in against the skin.
Yes.
Now, when you perform the autopsy, have you performed other autopsies of shotgun blasts?
Many.
And are you aware of what comprises a shotgun shell?
I am.
And what is that?
So you got the outer case, and on the bottom portion of the shell, you've got the primer as well as the gunpowder, and then directly over top of the gunpowder is what's referred to as wadding material, which is basically anything that isn't the projectile that you're trying to hit something with. In the case of slugs, for example, that wadding material may be a couple of pieces of cork. In the case of buckshot or birdshot, it's usually a plastic cup that is designed to keep the BBs together as it's going down the gun barrel. If you've ever gone trap shooting and have looked at the end of somebody's gun, you've probably seen a little something coming out of the gun and just sort of falling away as soon as somebody pulls the trigger. That's the wadding material. It is designed to catch wind, expand, and fall away while the BBs continue in their relatively straight line.
I'm showing you what's been marked as 37. And can you identify that exhibit?
It is a 12-gauge shotgun shell, and it looks like it's been filled with shot of some kind.
And 38?
38 is an expanded shotgun shell. Looks like it's the same manufacturer.
So 38 has already been shot.
Correct.
Now, you talked about the wadding being very light and it's meant to just drop to the ground.
Yes.
When you conducted Mr. Powell's autopsy, where did you find the wadding?
It was deep inside his body.
So it didn't drop away.
It didn't.
And compared to other shotgun blasts that you have done autopsies on, was this one significant?
So I make a point in my report of saying that I found wadding material as far away as the left side of his chest cavity.
So the wound's on the right side?
Correct.
And it was found in the left side, okay.
Correct. Most of the time when wadding material impacts somebody, it either stops at the skin or it stays just inside of the entrance wound. The fact that it was able to penetrate so far into his body is further evidence that this was a contact range wound.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as Exhibit 34 and 35. And can you identify those exhibits?
These are x-rays that my office took to look for retained projectiles.
So the first exhibit that I showed you, can you describe what findings you make from that?
So if you look at the right armpit area, you can see an area that's less white, looks a little more airy, and that would be where the entrance wound was. All of the bright circular objects that you're seeing towards the left, his left, your right side of his chest, those are all the birdshot BBs, which if you draw sort of like a cone, it's going in a left to right and slightly downward trajectory.
Now, just to be certain, can you see where, put it on the top, is where the arrow is on the screen? Oops. Can you move it around? Is that the entrance wound?
Can you move the arrow a little bit?
You might be able to see it on this screen better.
Oh.
Can you move it around? It's,
Yeah, that's right.
A little more south. Right there.
okay. Good to know. Yeah. So when you did the examination of Ryelee, what was the cause of his death?
A shotgun wound to the chest.
And what internal damage was done that caused his death?
Both of his lungs and his heart were pretty heavily damaged by the shotgun blast. His major vessels, including the aorta, which is the big artery coming off of the heart that runs along your spinal column, would have also been damaged.
Were you able to base a medical opinion how long Ryelee would have maintained consciousness, or what would have happened after an injury of this sort?
He probably would have collapsed almost immediately afterwards. Probably, if he wasn't knocked immediately unconscious, he would have been awake and aware for at most 10 to 15 seconds afterwards.
If he was awake and aware, would he have been in a position to move or fight or anything like that?
I mean, theoretically, sure, but not for long.
Okay. I had also showed you an exhibit marked 31, right after the autopsy.
Yes.
And can you identify that exhibit?
It's my autopsy report.
Oh. Is there a single page?
32.
32. Yes, and can you identify that?
That is the blood results from his toxicology testing.
And you rely on these records regularly in the course of your autopsies and conclusions?
I do. If we're doing an autopsy on somebody, we're running tox on them.
And what substances did Ryelee have in his system?
He had metabolites that you see with marijuana consumption, as well as methamphetamine.
Now, did you find anything else that was significant about this particular autopsy?
Not that I recall. No.
Then I want to talk a little bit about the trajectory.
Okay.
We have a BB gun here somewhere. It's the same measurements as the gun used to kill Ryelee. It has the orange, no BBs in it. And this is the same length as the weapon used to kill Ryelee. The trigger is in the same place and the foregrip is in the same place.
Okay.
Would you be able to opine, based on the injury and the shells, what position that, I won't point it at the jury.
Thank you.
It's a BB gun, but still, yes. And I can tell all the hunters in the group. What position would the gun have been in?
So the trajectory in my report is front to back, right to left, and moderately downwards. What's important to know is that when I give trajectories in my reports, it is with the body in the standard, what's called the standard anatomic position. It is with somebody facing you straight on with their palms facing forward. It's meant to give a constant reference point.
So wait, I'm standing?
Correct.
Okay.
So the main problem with giving trajectories with that sort of orientation is it doesn't take into account the actual orientation of the body in 3D space. So it's entirely possible. So for him to have a trajectory like that, it either means that the gun was pointing at a downward angle, down into and at a downward angle, or it's also possible he was leaning forward into the gun. I wouldn't be able to tell you which one it is.
Okay. So leaning forward into the gun, like I'm leaning with my right shoulder.
More or less, yes.
If somebody was leaning to the right like that and had a shotgun blast of this magnitude, how would you expect them to fall?
So the shotgun blast itself would push them backwards a little bit, but they'd probably drop fairly quickly.
Do you think he would drop into the position you saw in, what was the ticket number? You should have. What's the ticket number? He's going to put the would you expect a leaning, if he was leaning into the gun, would you expect him to fall like that?
It's possible.
Did you note any injuries on his face of hitting the pavement?
I do not recall, but I'm just checking my report quick.
And on the screen is Exhibit 36.
No, the only additional injuries I noted were a bruise to his knee and some healing scabs on his hand.
So, what does that tell you about a body falling? Is is it fair to say he's very close to death when he fell?
Yes.
When somebody falls straight down like that with his feet splayed, could you opine, do you think Ryelee was on his knees?
If he was on his knees, just a simple collapse forward like that would also be possible.
Would it be more likely that he was in an upright position to fall straight forward like that? That's what I'm getting at.
If he were in an upright position, given the fact that this was occurring on blacktop, I would expect some other injuries to his skin just from hitting the blacktop. Is it possible to land on blacktop and not injure your skin? Absolutely. Is it likely? No.
What kind of a blast would that shotgun pressed against his skin, so it was pressed on him, wouldn't it cause him to go to the left?
Yes.
So if he was in the standing position, it would be far more likely that he would fall to the left and he wouldn't go into that position. Would you agree with that? Or can you agree with that?
I can say it's possible, but I can't definitively say one way or the other.
Okay. A shotgun blast like that did that kind of damage, would he stay standing for 10 to 15 seconds?
Probably not. The last stand type of picture that you see in movies basically doesn't happen. Hollywood lies, go figure.
Yeah. So where they slowly, dramatically crumple, that's not real life.
My experience with watching videos of people who have been shot is if you are fatally wounded, you collapse really quickly.
And if that fatal wound is something that's going to push against the body, is that going to impact how a person would fall?
It would.
So would you say it was more likely than not that Ryelee was on his knees?
I don't know.
Okay. The levels of methamphetamine in Rylee's system, do you have any education or experience that you could opine on that level?
I do.
And what is that?
My experience or what my opinion is?
Both.
So I look at toxicology results all the time. We are in the midst of a drug epidemic, and so I'd say probably 1/5 of my cases are overdoses. So very used to looking at these levels. The levels that Ryelee has, he also had amphetamine on board, but when your body breaks down methamphetamine, it turns it into amphetamine, so that's actually expected to be there. The levels he has are middling, I'd say. They shouldn't be fatal to anybody unless you have something else going on, such as a heart condition. The levels that are present are the point where you'd see some of the more stereotyped behaviors of methamphetamine use. Aggression, impulsivity, possible violent outbursts, stuff like that.
Would that depend on if the person had been using it regularly? Do they become, like the drunk that's a 0.3 might be much more able to exist?
Methamphetamine does have a tolerance effect to it, so if he was a chronic everyday user, this could possibly be a level he lives at.
And then back to the positioning. Why wouldn't the lack of injury to his extremities make it more likely that he would have been on his knees or closer to the ground when he fell?
Just gravity. We accelerate very quickly when we fall down to the ground. So if he was coming from a standing height, like we all have tripped, fallen, and hit against carpet or blacktop or some other rough surface, if you're falling from a standing height, you're much more likely to get a road rash than you are if you're from a kneeling height.
And you didn't notice any kind or observe any road rash type injuries on Ryelee?
I did not.
So based on the lack of injuries, could you then say it was more likely he was on his knees or closer to the ground when he fell?
More likely, yes.
Thank you. I'm going to show you what's been marked as Exhibit 8, which are the hands of the shooter of the gun. Yes. Based on your training in firearms and your experience, Now these are the hands of Bill Zelenski. Do you have any opinion of the injury on his finger?
Yes.
And what is that?
He has a laceration on the proximal interphalangeal joint, so the first joint on his finger.
And what could cause an injury like that?
Lacerations are caused by blunt forces being applied to the body. So if you fall and sort of scrape longitudinally along the carpet, your skin might start tearing. That's what a laceration is.
Now, the right hand traditionally with a firearm would be the trigger finger.
Correct.
And you have had experience with firearms, and have you had any additional training on firearms and the results of using them?
I grew up in a hunting family, and so I have experience using them. I also have training in interpreting firearm wounds.
So if a 12-gauge double-barreled shotgun is fired, not from the shoulder, but just holding onto it and firing it, is this the type of wound you could expect?
Yes. From the finger impacting the trigger guard, it's definitely possible.
So when the gun comes back, the actual trigger guard can cause a wound like that?
Correct.
Would it be possible that the gun was to his shoulder and still cause an injury like that?
It would be much less likely. Like if you're inexperienced using a gun or you don't shoulder it properly, it could go back further. But the whole purpose of the butt of the gun is to prevent things like this from happening.
It absorbs the shock.
Yes.
And the distance between the actual trigger fully depressed and the trigger guard is a good 2 inches.
Give or take, yes.
Okay. I have no further questions. Thank you.
Ross.
Thank you, Your Honor. Dr. Kovac, you said that in performing an autopsy, you receive information about the circumstances of death.
Correct.
And that's from the police officers?
Both the police officers and the referring agency.
And on your autopsy, you listed a date and time of death, correct?
Correct.
And that was likely from the referring agency, the hospital?
No, it would be the Waupaca County Medical Examiner's Office.
And the time of death is listed, or the date is October 19th of 2020
Correct.
at 22:38 hours.
Correct.
So that's 10:38 p.m.
Yes.
And that was when death was pronounced.
Yes.
Now, you indicated from the toxicology report that Ryelee had, or that you review the toxicology results in performing autopsies.
Yes.
And you review those pretty regularly.
Yes.
And you said there was methamphetamine in Rylee's system,
Correct.
as well as the metabolite of methamphetamine,
Yes.
and that's amphetamine.
Yes.
And there was 460 is that micrograms?
Nanograms.
Nanograms per milliliter.
Correct.
And when that methamphetamine breaks down, it breaks down into amphetamine.
Yes.
And there was 94 nanograms per milliliter.
Yes.
So some of the methamphetamine had already been broken down,
Correct.
but there was still active methamphetamine in his system.
Yes.
And that's why you were able to testify that that amount could lead to the typical behaviors associated with methamphetamine use,
Yes.
such as aggression,
Yes.
violent outbursts,
Yes.
impulsivity,
Yes.
maybe feelings of impervious to pain.
Yes.
Now, when you determine, or as part of the autopsy, you said you took those x-rays that we saw,
Yes.
and all those little white specks were the BBs that were in the shotgun shell.
Correct.
And that's birdshot.
Yes.
They're really tiny BBs.
Incredibly.
And you said that you have much experience in autopsies with shotgun injuries?
Yes.
And so you know there's different types of shotgun shells?
Yes.
And so, for example, I think the smallest ones would be birdshot,
Yes.
and then buckshot, the BBs are bigger,
Yes.
and then even up from there would be a slug,
Yes.
which is the one big, essentially, BB or metal piece.
Correct.
But in this case, it was birdshot, the smallest ones.
Correct.
I want to talk about some of the internal injuries that you examined. You indicated that because of how many BBs there were, that it caused damage to his internal organs,
Correct.
including, I think you said, his heart.
Yes.
And some of the BBs traveled from Rylee's right side to his left.
Yes.
And some, I think, went through his aorta.
Yes.
And the aorta is the biggest artery leading from the heart.
Correct.
And really almost any injury would cause fatal blood loss.
Yes. Fairly quickly.
So even if one of those tiny little BBs passed through the aorta, that could have resulted in fatal blood loss in this case.
Definitely.
So we talked about, and we saw pictures of the entrance wound to essentially the right armpit area.
Yes.
And you testified that it's consistent with the gun being pushed against his skin.
Yes.
And that would also be consistent with the gun being pulled against his skin.
Could you clarify that?
Sure. So I think the entrance wound is just consistent with it touching his skin.
Yes. Probably, given the depth of the wadding material, there was probably some pressure either from Ryelee into the gun or vice versa, or both, creating more of a seal.
So from somebody pushing the gun into his skin,
Yes.
or from Ryelee pulling the gun into his skin?
Yes.
And with respect to, I know that you testified on direct about the scrape on Bill's finger, his right trigger finger, as it were.
Yes.
And you said that if the shotgun was held up against his shoulder, the trigger guard likely wouldn't have hit the finger.
Correct.
Because the shoulder would block sort of the gun coming back towards the finger.
Correct.
But if the gun was held up to his shoulder and was pulled away as the gun got shot, his shoulder wouldn't be up against the stock of the gun at that point.
It would not.
And so the gun could come back and cause that injury to Bill's finger.
That's possible.
So the trigger guard injury is consistent with the gun being pulled away as it was fired.
It could be, yes.
It's also consistent with it in any other way not being against his shoulder.
Yes.
And because it's consistent with both of those, you can't tell how that injury occurred to Bill's finger.
I cannot.
Now, you testified that the trajectory, you have to look at the trajectory from a standard anatomical position, correct?
Correct.
That's just staring straight ahead with palms out.
Correct.
And you said the trajectory was from Rylee's right to his left,
Yes.
front to back,
Yes.
and moderately downward.
Yes.
And moderately has some significance in your field.
Can you clarify what you mean by that?
Sure, there's different degrees of downward.
Yes. Yes.
There's slightly downward,
Yes.
moderately downward,
Yes.
and markedly downward.
Yes.
And so slightly would be just sort of slightly downward.
Yes.
And then moderately would just be more than slightly,
Yes.
but markedly would be very clear, markedly downward.
I basically use that when it's straight up and down. Yes.
But it's not necessarily to be straight up and down.
Yes.
There's different degrees between slightly, moderately, and markedly.
Yes.
And moderately, all you're able to determine is that it's more than slightly
Yes.
and less than markedly.
Yes.
There's not really a degree or an angle at which the trajectory is to determine it was moderately.
There is not.
Now, you testified that Ryelee had a bruise on his knee,
Yes.
and you don't know how that bruise got there.
I do not.
And so if somebody had been standing when they got shot, you indicated they would fall almost immediately.
Yes.
And if somebody fell onto their knees, that could cause a bruise on their knee, right?
It could.
That's consistent with the bruise on Rylee's knee.
I would need to see a picture of said bruise.
But it would be consistent with a bruise on his knee.
Yes.
You indicated you didn't see any marks on his forehead.
Correct.
And we saw the photo of Ryelee with his sort of forehead on the ground.
Yes.
So if his head hit that pavement in any way, would you expect that there would be some injury?
I would.
Can you explain why, if Ryelee was in the position that you saw him, there was no injury on his forehead?
He may have had enough consciousness wherewithal to sort of brace himself a little bit. I had mentioned that you lose consciousness. You wouldn't have a last stand type of moment, but you would still be able to interact with the environment to some degree during those final seconds.
And would Rylee's arm being sort of under his chest be consistent with some type of trying to brace himself?
It could be, yes.
And so if somebody was standing and they got shot and they fell to their knees immediately and then they fell forward, that would be consistent. They could brace themselves with their arm a little bit.
They could, yes.
And there would be enough time with consciousness to fall to your knees and then fall forward and try to brace yourself.
Yes.
So I also have this is a toy gun, it's not even a BB gun. And you testified that you wouldn't be able to determine the position of the gun, necessarily.
Correct.
But we do know that trajectory was from Rylee's right to his left side.
Yes.
From the front, his entrance wound was near the front.
Yes.
And trajectory was back.
Yes.
And it was moderately downward.
Yes.
And so if somebody were to grab the gun and pull it into themselves, right? From this angle, if I stand in an anatomical standard position, would you be able to determine the trajectory from right to left?
Yes.
And then if I face this way for you, would that go front to back?
Yes.
And would the trajectory be moderately downward?
Yes.
So that's consistent with somebody reaching for the gun and pulling it.
Yes.
And because if somebody pulls it to themselves, that could cause the entrance wound the way we saw it on the video.
It could, yes.
Let me ask you a couple other questions. So we demonstrated for you that if somebody was grabbing it and pulling it at themselves, that would be consistent with the injuries that you saw.
Yes.
Now, my hands were on these two sections of blue tape. You would agree?
Yes.
When we demonstrated pulling the gun towards me.
Yes.
My hands were on these blue pieces of tape.
Yes.
Now, if Rylee's DNA was on this blue piece of tape, would that be consistent with him grabbing it?
It could be.
Objection, foundation.
Overall, answer if you can.
It could be. I would expect fingerprints or DNA or something to end up there.
So if there was DNA on this section of blue tape, that would be consistent.
It could be, yes.
And if there was DNA found in this area of this blue tape, that would also be consistent.
It could be, yes.
And because of all the injuries that you were able to determine, you cannot say what position the body or the gun were in.
I cannot.
All you can say is whether or not certain things were consistent.
Correct.
You couldn't say whether something was more consistent than something else.
I can give you probabilities, but if you're looking for a definite answer, no.
So you have no definite ability to determine in what position the gun was when it was fired?
Correct.
Or Rylee's body?
Correct.
I have no further questions.
Redirect.
I'm going to show you an exhibit from the autopsy picture. It's not graphic. Does this picture look familiar?
It does.
And the circle
It hasn't
around,
been marked?
it's on the flash drive. This will be on Exhibit 14.
Okay. You need to identify that for future records to be
Yes.
understood. Thank you. So it's Exhibit 14, which for your edification, Doctor, is a series of electronic images and recordings that the state has marked as a cumulative exhibit.
Does this exhibit picture the bruise you described on Ryeelee's knee?
It does.
And it appears that it's off to the side.
It is.
Is that bruise consistent with him falling from a standing height to his knee?
It would be a really awkward position to fall in.
And then have the ending position be straightforward on his knees?
Yes.
Is it safe to say that bruise is inconsistent with falling straightforward onto his knees?
It would be less consistent. In my field, you learn to say never say never, but it's not in a classic position.
What's the difference between muzzle velocity and the shot size?
Muzzle velocity is how quickly the shot is coming out of the barrel of the gun, and shot size is how big around the BBs are.
And does that have any significance with Ryeelee's injury?
Which injury are we referring to?
Of the actual gunshot wound?
Yes.
And in what way?
If there's more muzzle velocity, it means there was more of an explosion with the gunpowder, so there would have been more force applied to Ryelee.
Do you think Ryelee, if he was pulling the gun toward him, would have any injury on his hand?
I don't. Probably not.
What's the difference between likelihood versus possibility?
I kind of use them interchangeably. If I say something is probable, it means it's more likely than not, much more likely than not, like just throwing a number on it, 70 or more % chance. If I say it's possible, it's more likely than not, so 51%.
Now, I had to bring a cane in because I don't even like using a toy gun. If the gun was almost under his armpit, it was right in the corner. Is that correct?
Correct.
And in order to get both hands on the gun pulling, would that really result in the trajectory of the bullets that you saw, or the shot?
The trajectory, yes, it could. The wounds on his skin are consistent with there being a tight seal between the muzzle of the gun and his skin. Whether that force was coming from Ryelee pushing into it or pulling himself into it, or from the gun being pushed into his skin, I can't tell you.
But in order to get both hands on the gun, don't you have to twist your body?
Yes.
And that would impact the trajectory of the shells into his body.
It would be in just me knowing my own body, it would be an awkward position.
So he would have to be leaning and pulling with both hands to pull it tight against him, but still be straight sideways to the gun.
Yes.
That doesn't seem like a very probable position.
No, less probable.
Less probable. What's blowback?
Recoil, the gun pushing backwards.
What about a substance? Is there a substance that's referred to as blowback?
Probably, but
Let's say that. Would you expect there to be bodily substances from Ryelee on the end of the gun?
It's one of those things that wouldn't surprise me if there was. It also wouldn't surprise me if there wasn't.
So if an officer is going to testify that he saw tissue substance at the end of the gun, that wouldn't surprise you?
No.
And would a tissue substance from Rylee's wound contain his DNA?
Yes.
I have no further questions. Thank you.
Mr. Hogan, anything further?
Thank you, Your Honor. Dr. Kovac, you testified on redirect that if Ryelee did grab the gun and pull it, and the gun went off, that there would probably be no injuries to his hands.
That would be my guess, yes.
And you didn't note any injuries to Rylee's hands.
I did not.
You indicated, or you just testified on redirect, that if there was some tissue of Rylee's on the end of the gun, that would contain Rylee's DNA.
It would.
Likely would contain Rylee's blood as well.
Yes.
You indicated that to grab the gun and to pull, you would have to twist your body, right?
Correct.
But you don't have to.
No.
Because if your arms are long enough, I'm not really twisting my body, am I?
No.
And I could still reach, grab a gun, and when I pull, even if it was twisted, could straighten up my body a little bit.
Yes.
And again, Ryelee reaching for the gun, grabbing it, having it pulled against his skin, would be consistent with the injuries that you observed during the autopsy.
Yes.
I have nothing further.
Anything further, Ms. Ishwood?
One follow-up. On page 4, you indicated Rylee's height and weight.
Yes.
And what was his height?
69 inches, so 5'9".
And his weight?
147 pounds.
Thank you. I have nothing further.
Anything further, Mr. Hogan?
No.
And just for the clarification of the record, when you say page 4, I assume you are referring to page 4 of Exhibit 31,
Yes,
the
Your Honor.
autopsy report. Okay. Is the doctor excused then?
He is by the state.
Yes.
Thank you, doctor. You are free to go.
Thank you.
I'm going to grab Exhibit 3. Your Honor, at this time, I would move for admissions of Exhibits 30 through 36 and Exhibit 8. You want to look at them?
30 through 38.
30 through 36. And that was marked yesterday as Exhibit 8.
What about?
The other one's on the flash drive.
Okay, and so,
Oh, and it is through 38.
okay, and just so I'm clear, 36 is actually contained within 14, correct? That's a snapshot.
It is, but we had it marked.
I did, but I mean, technically, we need to make some record. You asked the doctor, does this reflect it? The doctor was in no position to identify it except by your representation, but if it's part of 14 that's been pretty much accept that I'll treat it as identified, so I will receive 30 through 38.
Thank you, Your Honor. We're going to call Pathologist. Oh, he's here.
Please raise your right hand and state your name for the record.
It's Paul Shabilsky, and that's spelled P-R-Z-Y-B-E-L-S-K-I.
You solemnly swear the testimony you will provide will be the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
You may have a seat.
The monologue that you marked.
Officer, if you could state your name and spell your last name for the record.
Officer Paul Shabilsky, and my last name is spelled P-R-Z-Y-B-E-L-S-K-I.
And how are you employed?
I'm employed as a patrol officer for the City of Waupaca Police Department.
And how long have you been employed as sworn law enforcement?
I started at the Waupaca Police Department on August 3rd of 2020.
So you were employed in that capacity on the October 19th, 2020.
Yes.
And at some point, were you dispatched to a weapon call?
I was.
And where was that?
Initially, the call came out as Van and Shearer Street, the intersection.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as Exhibit 15. Do you recognize what that is? Just generally speaking.
Appears to be a call log from a cell phone.
And towards the top, do you see a call to 911?
Yes.
Do you see a time associated with that call?
It appears to be 10:20 and 3 seconds p.m.
Okay. Officer, when you responded to the weapons call, were you wearing a body camera?
Yes.
And does your body camera record the date and time?
It does.
Apologize, just one moment. I'm going to, this will be marked as Officer Shabilsky's body cam on Exhibit 14. And I'm going to put this up on the screen and ask you if you recognize this.
I do. That's an image from my body camera.
Okay. And what time does it know?
It's displayed at 3:20:46 on the screen, and that's in UTC.
And UTC, how does that convert to Central Standard Time?
In order to convert UTC to Central Standard Time, you would subtract 5 hours.
Okay. So that would give us, like using a 24-hour clock, 22:20 or 10:20 and 46 seconds
10:20 and 46 seconds, correct?
p.m.
Correct.
So that so it took you some time to explain what happens after you're dispatched.
After I was dispatched, I briefly drove down School Street and turned north onto Van Street. When I got onto Van Street, I didn't know exactly where the incident was at that time. So I drove down Van Street a little bit, then I saw some people in front of my vehicle. So I stopped the vehicle, stopped my squad car, and exited the squad car.
What did you do next?
When I exited the squad car, I started walking north in direction down Van Street. And I observed what I thought to be two females on my right-hand side near the curb or possibly off of the roadway. It was dark. It's hard to see from my distance at that time. And then as I got closer, I observed what appeared to be a person on the ground on the roadway in front of me. And then to my left, I observed a male standing next to the person on the ground.
And were you able to identify who the male standing was?
I identified that male as William Zelenski.
Did he make any statements to you?
Yes, at that time, I asked, "Where's the shooter?" And Mr. Zelenski identified himself as the shooter.
So Mr. Zelenski identified himself as the shooter. And we know the 911 call was made from, but he made a 911 call at 10:20 and 2 seconds p.m., correct?
Correct.
I'm going to, as the jury may have noticed, there's a timer on the screen. I'm going to bring up what's been marked as Exhibit 36. Do you recognize this?
I do.
And what is it?
That's Ryelee Manente Powell on the ground on Van Street.
And is that, again, from your body cam?
It appears to be, yes.
And are you able to see the time? I just made it smaller, but are you able to, let me re-enlarge it. Are you able to see the time displayed?
Yes.
What is it? Converting it to Central Time.
Sure. It'd be 10:23 and 31 seconds p.m.
Okay. So we just now are reaching 3 minutes and 30 seconds. Is that approximately the time between the 911 call being made and you first approaching
Yes.
Ryelee?
Yes, it is.
When you approached Ryelee, did it appear as though any first aid had been rendered?
It did not, based on his body positioning.
And could you explain that a little more?
Sure. Based on the circumstances, at least from the dispatch call that someone had been shot, if you're going to perform first aid, the person would either be on their back or on their side.
And is it true that, and for the sake of the jury, I won't play the video, but is it true that you, well, what did you do at that point when you approached Ryelee?
When I approached Ryelee, I turned him over and I identified that there was what appeared to be a gunshot wound to the upper left-hand side of his chest, up by his shoulder. And I applied pressure with one of my hands to try to control the bleeding or stop the bleeding.
Were you able to observe that wound from the position in which you approached Ryelee?
No.
So you had to physically move him over, roll him over in order to...
Yeah, I initially asked him to roll over, and he was unable to do so. So I physically grabbed his torso and turned him over.
Was that difficult? Physically?
Not terribly difficult, no.
Something, so didn't take any real exertion on your part?
I mean, I was providing all the effort. Ryelee was not aiding me in any way in turning him over.
Okay. So I guess what I'm getting at is you're a fit young officer. Do you believe that that task could have been performed by someone who is less physically able than yourself?
Absolutely.
Did anyone on the scene, well, let's strike that. You said that there didn't appear to be first aid that had been rendered.
Correct.
As an officer, did you receive training in first aid?
Yes.
And in this situation, what is your role as an officer as far as providing first aid?
Well, in this situation, as soon as the scene is secure, I would try to, in a gunshot scenario, or in the incident of a wound from a gunshot, you would try to stop the bleeding until EMS arrives.
So, not to minimize your role, but it's essentially a temporary role until someone with more training can administer first aid. Is that accurate?
It is, yes.
And is that what happened in this situation?
Yes.
When you approached Ryelee and you were applying first aid, did you notice any weapons around him?
No, I did not.
Did you ever at any point find any weapons on his person, maybe that weren't immediately visible?
No.
Let me go back to Bill. You said that he admitted to shooting Ryelee?
Yes. Initially, as I was walking down Van Street, I said, "Where's the shooter?" And I heard what I thought to be female voices from my right saying, he's right here, and pointing at Mr. Zelenski. And then I asked Mr. Zelenski, "You shot him?" And he said, "I shot him."
Did he give an explanation?
Yeah, he said, I shot him, it was in self-defense.
And did you take that to mean that it was intentional that he shot him?
Objection, Your Honor, speculation.
I'll sustain.
Did he say it was an accident?
No.
Did he offer any reason for not having given first aid to Ryelee?
No.
Was there anything that you could observe that would have prevented him from doing so?
No.
In fact, you mentioned securing the scene, right? And at that point, if Bill was the shooter, he could secure the scene himself, correct?
Correct.
What was Bill's demeanor?
He seemed calm, given the circumstances, talking normally with me, sort of like someone reporting an incident that they weren't involved in.
So that's how you categorize his tone and conversational content?
Yes.
Did he appear at all, or express, strike that, did he appear at all distraught?
No.
What, was Bill at some point placed into custody?
Yes, he was.
And what happened after that?
After Bill was handcuffed, I was briefly still rendering aid, and then I was asked by one of the deputies on scene to move a squad car so the ambulance could approach. So I went down Van Street, moved the squad car, and then I believe it was Deputy Thorpe, had escorted Bill to that squad car, and he was placed into a Waupaca City squad car.
And was there a camera inside of that squad car?
Yes.
And I'm going to put up, this is on Exhibit 14, it will be, the title of the file will begin parentheses Bill in squad. And I'm going to ask you if you recognize I apologize, my file's not loading. Are you able to, do you recognize?
Yes, I do.
And does this appear to be what we had previously discussed, the camera inside of the squad car?
Yes.
And do you recognize the individual pictured there?
Yes, it's William Zelenski.
And at that point, it looks like he buckled in.
Correct.
And you were in the squad with him as well, is that correct?
Yes, I was.
going to play a portion of the video beginning at 30 minutes and 19 seconds. Sorry, 30 minutes and 14 seconds. And turn my sound on.
All the animals that they stole in the burglary are at Ashton's mom's house right now. She called to tell us there's venomous reptiles there.
Those are your snakes?
Yeah, snakes and lizards and crocodile are all stolen from the N1603 East Road.
I'm just going to pause. This is a pause at 30 minutes and 45 seconds. Was that your voice that we heard responding to Bill?
Yes, it was.
I'm going to continue on the video.
And Ashton's mom said she discovered them after the police had left. That's where I was headed. When Ryelee confronted us to go get those reptiles back.
So, did I hear correctly that Bill stated that's where he was headed to Ashton's mom's house when Ryelee confronted him?
That's correct.
And you had described earlier Bill's demeanor and tone as though there was someone reporting an incident that they weren't involved in. Did that, just for the record, I stopped at 31 minutes and 2 seconds. Did that video or audio, is that representative of what you were referring to?
Yes, I'd say that reflected his demeanor.
Throughout the time that you were in the squad with him, did his demeanor change?
No.
So he had never at any point, again, seemed distraught or upset or anything other than calm?
No, he was calm and asked me about going to the bathroom and checking handcuffs and stuff like that.
What happened next after he was placed in the squad and remained there for some period of time?
I'm not sure what you're asking.
Did you transport him somewhere?
Yes. Initially, my sergeant asked me to take him to the jail. Prior to getting to the jail, my sergeant asked me to take him to Theta Care in the city of Waupaca. And when we got to Theta Care, I parked out in the apron out in front of the emergency room.
And Bill's hands had blood on them.
Yes.
And do you know the source of that?
No, I don't.
Did he at any point indicate that he had a wound on his finger?
Yes.
And that it was bleeding?
Yes, he asked me to check on it, I believe, multiple times.
And did you observe any I'm going to show you what has been marked as exhibit number 8. Do you recognize this?
Yes, that appears to be Bill's hands.
Does that look commensurate with the wound that you observed?
Yes.
Did you observe or were you informed of any other injuries that Bill had?
No.
I have no further questions.
Ross.
Thank you, Your Honor. Officer Shabilsky, you said you were sworn in as a police officer August 3rd of 2020?
That's correct.
And you had to complete some training to be a sworn police officer.
Yes, that's correct.
A really long course was at Fox Valley Tech?
North Central Technical College,
Is that the one in Green Bay?
Wausau.
Okay. There's several different ones around the state.
Yep.
It's the same training that every other police officer has to go through.
Yes, it's the 720-hour law enforcement academy.
Okay. Now, you were the first officer that was on scene.
Correct.
And so when you got the dispatch, you turned on your squad lights. You were in your squad car.
Yes.
You turned on your squad lights.
Yes, I did.
You were in full police officer uniform.
Yes.
Same uniform you're wearing today?
Not quite.
Similar?
Similar.
Have a badge?
Yes.
Have a patch that says police department?
Yes.
You have your service weapon?
Yes.
Immediately clear you are a police officer.
Yes.
Anybody there could tell you're a police officer.
Yes.
And you said you were, when you got the dispatch, you ultimately were driving down School Street.
Correct.
You were going really fast.
I don't recall how fast I was going.
You weren't driving the speed limit.
I don't recall how fast I was going.
Would you assume you were driving the speed limit when you were responding to an emergency weapons call?
I would assume I was driving over the speed limit, but it was a very short distance.
And then you turned onto Van Street.
Correct.
And this was at, you said you were dispatched at 10:21 p.m.
That's correct.
It's dark outside.
Yes.
You had your headlights on your squad car.
Yes.
So when you turned onto Van Street, your headlights illuminated Van Street.
Not the entire block.
Because Van Street's really dark.
There's street lights, but it was pretty dark, yes.
There's a street light on School Street and Van at that intersection.
I believe so.
And then one at Shearer Street and Van Street.
I believe that's correct.
But those are the only street lights that are on Van Street.
I believe so.
And when you turned onto Van Street, you didn't go all the way down to Van and Shearer Street.
No, I didn't.
You parked about halfway down Van Street.
I might have went a quarter of that. When I turned off of school, I might have went a quarter of the way down Van.
So there was 3/4 of Van Street remaining before the intersection.
I think so.
So a fair distance away.
Yes.
And when you got there, your emergency lights are still activated.
Yes, they were.
Your headlights were still on.
Yes.
You got out of your squad car
Yes.
and you approached the intersection.
I started walking down Van Street, yes.
You didn't run down Van Street.
I did not.
You walked down Van Street.
Yes.
So when we saw in that screenshot of you coming to Rylee's position, you had walked almost 3/4 of the way down Van Street.
Yes.
Had you been running, you would have been able to get there sooner.
That's correct.
Or if you had driven your squad car closer, you would have been there sooner.
Correct.
Now, when you arrived, you said at some point Bill was on the other side of the road.
He was on my left-hand side. If I was walking down the center of the street.
And the vehicle, there was a vehicle on scene.
There was a vehicle parked on Dan Street, yes.
And that was parked on the right-hand side of Van Street as you were walking down.
Correct.
And so Bill was on the left side.
Correct.
And Ryelee was a little ways behind the vehicle.
Yes.
And he was actually facing to the direction of your right.
Yes.
Facing sort of the houses that are on the right-hand side of the road.
Yes.
And there was 2 females on scene as well.
Yes.
And the females were screaming.
Yes.
They were yelling.
Yes.
And when you approached the scene and you saw Bill on the left-hand side, Bill was on the phone.
Yes, he was.
And in fact, he told you, I'm on the phone with 911.
He did.
I'm the one that called 911, I think is what he said.
Yes.
And then you went over to Ryelee.
Yes.
So there was a lot going on.
There's a fair amount going on, yes.
Pretty chaotic of a scene.
Very chaotic.
And at the time, you had only been a police officer about not quite 3 months.
Correct.
You were able to remain calm.
In a professional capacity, yes.
Because you've been trained how to remain calm in those types of situations.
Yes.
Because you understand the importance of remaining calm.
Yes.
Remaining calm is good for the other people on scene.
It is.
You don't want citizens seeing a police officer freaking out.
No, I don't want that.
The calmer you are, the calmer other people may be.
Sure.
Remaining calm helps you determine the layout of the scene,
It does.
to pay attention to certain details,
Yes.
report them to other officers if necessary.
Yes.
You testified that when you approached and you spoke to Bill, that you asked the question, who shot, or who is the shooter?
I did.
And Bill responded, I did.
I asked the road, basically. I asked the entire scene, where's the shooter? And there was multiple voices. I believe the females on the right said, he's right there. And then Mr. Zelenski, I believe, said, I shot him.
And at that time, he's on the phone with 911.
Yes.
You testified that Bill didn't tell you why he didn't render aid.
If that was a question that I just recently answered, yes.
You testified Bill never told you why he didn't render aid. That's what you said.
Correct.
You didn't ask him why he didn't render aid, did you?
I did not.
And again, when you're trying to render aid, you're wearing your uniform.
Yes.
The lights from your squad car are visible.
Yeah.
And ultimately, additional police officers arrive on scene.
Yes.
Help you render aid.
Correct.
And those officers arrived in their squad cars
They did.
with their emergency lights on,
Yes.
wearing their police officer uniforms.
Yes.
You could tell they were police officers.
Yes.
Now, after you approached the scene and spoke to Bill and you found out he was on the phone, that's when you then approached Ryelee in the road.
Could you repeat that?
Sure. After you initially approached the scene and found out Bill was on the phone with 911, that's when you approached Ryelee on the ground.
Yes.
And as you're sort of leaning in towards Ryelee, you're still keeping an eye on Bill.
Yes.
And you tell Bill, stay over on that side of the road.
Yeah, I told him, stay over there, don't move.
And he did.
He did.
He stayed on that side of the road.
Yes.
And it's important for people in these situations to obey an officer's commands.
Yes.
If someone doesn't comply with your commands, it can make your job more difficult.
Yes.
It can make it more difficult for other responding officers.
Yes.
You testified that when you approached Ryelee, he was on the ground.
Yes.
And had he been standing up, he would have been facing towards the house on the right side of the road.
Had he been standing, yes.
And he was sort of slouched or slumped over.
Yeah, his knees were on the ground, his torso was kind of over the top of his legs.
And at least we saw in the picture, at least one of his arms was under his chest.
I'd have to look at the picture, but
Sure, we
perhaps.
can bring the picture back up. And you have did you print it off? Okay, I'll just use this one.
36.
You sure it's up?
It is 36.
Okay, because I don't see 36 up there. Oh, gotcha. Okay, they'll pull it up.
Okay.
All right, so we pulled up exhibit, this was 36. So that's how Ryelee was when you first approached.
Yes.
And you can see at least his arm is, or at least his hand is under his chest.
Yes.
And it's hard to see, and I don't know if you can see, but I can't see his left arm or hand. Can you?
I cannot.
Okay. So you couldn't see if he had anything in his hands?
No.
You couldn't see what his hands were doing underneath his chest?
No.
And you said you ultimately rolled Ryelee over
I did.
and you checked to see if he was breathing.
Yes.
He was breathing.
I thought I heard an agonal gasp.
And you checked for his pulse.
I did.
And he did have a pulse.
I thought that he had a light pulse, although my adrenaline at the time was very high.
Your adrenaline was really high,
Yes.
but you were still able to remain calm.
Yes.
And as you've been trained to do, you've checked people's pulses before.
Yes.
And in your experience, you felt a light pulse.
At the time, I believe I did.
I have nothing further.
Redirect.
Thank you. Officer, you mentioned there, or you were asked about being calm, and following your training. Could you describe what your training would actually dictate you do in this circumstance?
Sure. When I arrive on scene, like I previously mentioned, I want to make sure the scene is secure. So that's why I'm initially asking questions like, where is the shooter? Where is the gun? Because I want to make sure that I'm safe, other officers responding are safe, innocent persons are safe. So I want to make sure everything's safe before I begin to render aid, and that would be the next step.
And I think it's an important clarification. So you said you began with Waupaca PD in August of that year?
August 3rd, 2020.
And are you initially on your own, or are you assigned someone to train you?
You're on field training for a number of weeks. At this time, I was still technically on field training, but I was at the last phase of field training where you are on your own, and you are usually shadowed by a sergeant who comes to the calls that you are dispatched to.
And for how long had you been sort of on your own, or at least shadowed, and not having someone directly with you?
This was my second shift that I was on my own.
And had you ever encountered anything like this before?
No.
And so this isn't in any way a criticism, but isn't it true that you didn't secure the scene as you should have, but you instead diverted your attention to Ryelee?
That's correct. There were things I would have done differently if I had the knowledge that I have now, such as detaining Bill right away before administering aid instead of just commanding Bill to the curb. I would have detained him pending further investigation, and then I would have rendered aid.
And that's the textbook training, right?
Right. Do you recall what led you to make that decision to go to Ryelee? I just thought it was paramount at the time to try to render aid, since it was a gunshot victim.
And you didn't know what his status was as far as whether he was living or dead, or?
No, there were a lot of unknowns at the time.
And when you approached Ryelee, did you observe any response to either your commands or your presence or any movement?
No, and I asked him, I actually said, hey, I said roll over, because that's another part of the safety protocol, is I would like to see their hands before I go about putting my hands on them in an incident like this. But since when I was speaking to Ryelee, since it didn't elicit any reaction, that's when I decided to take action and begin rendering aid.
So even though you hadn't fully secured the scene, you'd had some representations made to you about who was the shooter, you still chose, but you didn't confirm it or secure the firearm, you still chose to go render aid to Ryelee.
Yes.
And there was some talk about on cross about the lighting. At any point were you made aware of a security or doorbell video that recorded some incidents prior to your arrival?
I was. I didn't, at the time I was on scene, I did not, it didn't enter my mind what was being said, but from reviewing the body camera, I heard someone in the background say something along the lines of, "Officer, I have it on camera," or something like that, or "I saw it," or...
And did you ever review that?
The doorbell camera?
Yeah.
I believe I've seen it.
I'm going to pull up what it's designated item F under the folder. This is in an effort to be more clear for the record, under the folder of Monday in Exhibit 4. 14, excuse me. Do you recall seeing this?
I have seen it.
And I'm going to let it play, and when it's done, I'm going to ask if you can identify the individuals who are pictured.
Your Honor, I'm going to object outside the scope of cross at this point.
Your Honor, I can certainly, if I'm allowed some leeway, otherwise I can...
You may play it. I'll overrule the objection.
So I'm going to pause it here. This is at 6 seconds. How many individuals have you observed?
I believe there's 3.
And do 2 of them appear to have flashlights?
Yes.
Wait, I'm going to resume.
No, I didn't put it down. Come on, bitch.
So, do you believe you can identify those 3 individuals?
I know I can identify 2 for sure, and I believe I know the identity of the 3rd person as well.
Let's just start with the 2 that you know you can identify.
One is Ryelee Manente Powell, one is Mr. Zelenski, and I believe the 3rd is Tiffany Powell.
And of the 3, were you able to observe which 2 had flashlights?
It's kind of hard for me to see on the video.
Okay. But was it clear that there were individuals that had flashlights?
Yeah, it looked like 2 of them had some sort of illuminated object.
Okay. In fact, at one point it passed in front of the camera.
Yes.
Do you believe that would be enough light for you to render the type of first aid that you rendered to Ryelee?
Yes.
Absent any other lighting?
Yes.
Did you ever observe the firearm that was used to shoot Ryelee?
Only after the incident.
Okay, but you did observe it after the incident.
Yes, I handled it as evidence.
And when you observed it, did you notice anything unusual about the firearm, particularly the end of the barrel?
Yes. I noted in my report that the end of the barrel had what appeared to be blood and possibly human flesh on it. And that was put in my report.
So just to be clear, you're not a pathologist, right?
No.
So these are just your educated guesses.
Correct.
One last question, just to make sure I understand. You used the term agonal breath.
Yes.
What does that mean?
I don't know the exact definition, but it's a gasp that you might hear a person's body trying to make. It's sort of a forced breathing sound that you might hear. That's kind of indicates that someone's in a trauma situation.
But they're not breathing under normal circumstances,
No.
and usually it precedes death.
Usually.
And just to be clear, whether you, since you had some hesitation about your assessment of that breath and the pulse, is that correct?
That's accurate.
We, on direct, talked about the time between the 911 call and you approaching Ryelee. You still, after that period of time, over 3.5 minutes, observe some sign of life, you believe?
I think so.
Thank you. Nothing further.
Anything further?
Thank you, Your Honor. Officer Shabilsky, you indicated that this was your second shift, not with another officer.
That's correct. It was my second shift without an additional officer in the same vehicle that I was operating.
Because after you were sworn in, there's a requirement that you have a field training officer with you for a period of time.
Correct.
A more experienced officer.
Correct.
One that you can ask questions of if needed.
Correct.
And this was, I think you testified, your first response to a situation of this type.
Yes.
So, second shift on your own, first response to this sort of situation, and you were able to remain calm.
Yes.
You indicated that going back, now with everything that you do know, you might have done things differently.
Yes.
That you would have first secured the scene.
Yes.
To protect yourself from threats.
Protect myself, protect other officers, protect other persons.
And so securing the scene, securing any potential threats would be first paramount thing that you would need to do.
Yes.
That's in your training is what now you realize you should have done.
Yes.
And after potential threats are secured, then go render aid.
Yes.
Your training tells you that's the proper steps.
Yes.
Because if there was still a threat there, a threat to you or others, it'd be hard to render aid if you were put at risk.
Yes.
You indicated that agonal breathing usually precedes death.
Yes, I did.
But as you've probably been trained, it doesn't always.
Correct.
Because people can have agonal breathing and be resuscitated.
Yes.
And agonal breathing means somebody at that point is still alive.
Yes.
I have nothing further.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
You may step down. Is Officer Shabilsky released?
From the state, yes.
Yes.
You're released. Why don't we take a recess for the morning then? Please be seated. We are outside the presence of the jury. Is there anything that needs to be discussed before we recess?
Not from the defense.
No.
No, Your Honor.
We will recess then.
we might need a few minutes. We're trying to reconcile something.
All right, please be seated. Please be seated. We will go back in the record. You may call your next witness.
State call Officer Daniel Wazru.
Please raise your right hand and state your name for the record.
Daniel Wazru.
You solemnly swear the testimony you will provide will be the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
You may have a seat.
Officer, could you state your name and spell the... Sergeant, could you state your name and spell the last for the record?
Yeah. Daniel Wazru, last name W-A-S-R-U-D.
And as I kind of already alluded, how are you employed?
I'm a patrol sergeant with the Waupaca Police Department.
And how long have you been, have you worked as sworn law enforcement?
It'll be 8 years in August.
And were you employed with the Waupaca County Police Department in October of 2020?
The City Police Department, yes.
And around that time, were you involved in, at least partially, in a report of a theft from a vehicle?
That's correct.
What were the circumstances of that?
I believe the defendant, Bill Zelenski, had reported theft of items from his vehicle. He had reported that previously to Officer Muskie.
And at some point, did you meet with Bill and Tiffany to discuss the complaint?
I did.
I am going to show you what it will be. The file title is 43 Axon Flex 2 Video 2020 10/19 2148 as a date and a time, and then parentheses Wazru, North Main. And I'm going to ask you if you can identify this. Let me just ask from this, can you identify it, or do you
Yes.
need... Okay.
No, that's my body camera.
It's your body camera?
Correct.
So when you had that meeting with Bill and Tiffany, you were wearing a body camera?
Correct.
And do you see the date and the time displayed?
Yes.
And it's my understanding that these default to UTC, is that correct?
I believe so.
And so are you able for us to convert that to Central Standard Time?
I believe I started my recording around 9:48 p.m.
Okay. Another officer testified that you'd subtract 5 hours, is that correct?
Yeah.
And would that also bring you back a date from 10/20 to 10/19?
Yes.
I'm going to play a portion of the video from 48 seconds, or starting at 48 seconds. Eventually I will.
You said you saw something maybe on like Facebook or Snapchat or something. Do you have that?
She actually flew off.
So let me just pause here. Can you identify the two individuals on screen?
Yes, I'm speaking with Bill Zelenski and Tiffany Powell.
Okay. And where are you located?
In front of Bill's address on Main Street, 111 North Main.
How did this meeting get arranged?
I had received information that Bill was looking to speak with someone. He had some additional information about the theft that he wanted to speak with officers about. So I called Bill and asked that he meet with me, and we set the location of the Main Street address.
Okay. So I apologize. I stopped for the record at 53 seconds. I'm going to resume playing.
Log into Ryeelee's Snapchat.
Okay.
And so she did. So we have these pictures. That's Ashton kid drinking alcohol. Ashton. Yeah, I'm getting to that one. So I just Snapchat. So this is a picture of where the bottle was sitting at my place.
Okay.
And then there's another Patron bottle that they took from right there.
Okay.
And we took those pictures after seeing this. So that green gin bottle came from my reptile room.
Okay.
And they've got a handgun there, but it's not one they took from me.
Yeah, we found that one. It's actually a
Big cat. Yeah, and so that's the bottle that clued us in. We got a tip from Mackenzie Madro.
Yeah.
She said that, hey, they were asking 3-4 days ago if someone would give them a ride out to your place to rob you. Her sister Madison was approached to give them a ride.
So stopping at 1 minute and 48 seconds. So what was going on during that period of time?
In the video, Bill was showing me pictures from Ryeelee's Snapchat. I believe they were screenshots, or he had taken them with his phone of another phone.
And I'm going to show you what previously had been marked in Exhibit 14. As item D. Do you recognize this?
Yep.
Does this appear to be, well, what is it?
It's one of the photos from Ryeelee's Snapchat that was shown to me that night.
Okay. And there was a discussion about a gun.
Correct.
Is this the same
Yes.
one?
Mm-hmm.
And did you, well, were you able to locate this before you spoke with Bill?
That's correct. The gun was located earlier when we made an arrest on Ryelee for his warrant. It was sitting on a table in his residence. We checked it, and it was determined to be a BB gun or a pellet gun.
And you told that to Bill, right?
I did tell Bill.
Was when you met with Bill, was he aware that Ryelee had been previously arrested that night?
He had. He was aware of that.
And did he ask you any follow-ups about whether he was still in custody?
Yeah, I was asked if Ryelee was going to be released by Tiffany. I advised Tiffany that he had been arrested for a warrant. However, due to COVID, the jails were releasing people with a new court date. So I told her that at some point he would be released, but I was not sure at what time.
And I'm going to begin playing the video again at 15 minutes and 0 seconds.
I assume Ryelee and Ashton are in custody. Questioning. Yeah. Oh, they're going to be released.
Yeah, so Ashton had some more.
Pausing it at 15 minutes and 14 seconds. Were you able to hear what Bill said?
I believe he said, oh shit.
And in response to being told that Ryelee was going to be released from custody?
That's correct.
Did he express any concerns about his safety?
No. Not with.
Let me clarify. Did Bill express any concerns about his safety given that Ryelee was being released?
No. not with Ryelee being released, there was no comments made like that.
And I'm going to continue playing at 15:14.
But because of COVID, they won't pick up on them, and Ryelee had one through New London, but he's getting issued a citation or something like that. I'm not sure if the county is going to question them or not as far as their involvement, because they were there too. County was out with us.
Yeah.
When we were over there. So.
The county, well, through dispatch, the county's, because of course the city officer is not working that took the report. And the county officers aren't working. And have on vacation and that was, so there was no one to respond, and I said, well, I got to find these animals quick.
Yeah. I know they went out and checked a couple of addresses. I believe some of Ashton's family members had gone out and checked.
I'm pausing at 15 minutes and 48 seconds. Do you know what Bill was referring to when he said that there were neither city or county officers available?
Correct. The officer that took the theft complaint from his vehicle on Main Street, Officer Muskie, it was not working. It was 2 different rotations work in the city. And then the county deputy that took the initial theft report from his residence in the county was also not working at that time. So that's, I believe, what he was commenting about there.
Okay. Did he seem frustrated to you about that?
Perhaps, slightly.
So I'm stopping that portion of the video at 15 minutes and 48 seconds. And I'm going ahead to 17, I'll be starting at 17 minutes and 10 seconds.
But if they're going to be released tonight, guaranteed they're going to find a way to go stash all the evidence.
Yeah, it depends on where it is. So.
Well, and we don't know the addresses where they stash it. We know his address. We know.
I'm stopping the video at 17:23. I'm not sure why the video is not syncing up with the audio. I'm going to start replaying at 17 minutes and 10 seconds.
They're going to be released tonight, guaranteed they're going to find a way to go stash all the evidence.
Stopping at 17 minutes and 14 seconds. We'll proceed with does the audio sound correct to you?
It does.
Can you identify who's speaking?
Bill Zelenski.
I'm going to continue from 17 minutes and 14 seconds.
Yeah, it depends on where it is. So.
Well, and we don't know the addresses where they stash it. We know his address. We know Danielle's address, but we don't know Ashton's other addresses.
Yeah.
So I guess we can try to find out unless the officers already know and are checking those addresses. But
I think the county was checking some of them. I don't know how far they made it down their list as far as.
Because even if they're not in the county, what if it's in Appleton? I don't know.
Yeah.
If they
I'm going to pause it at 17 minutes and 44 seconds just to acknowledge that the video has begun again. And I need to stop having notifications.
can call someone to check those and that, but they took a 20-gallon long fish tank, so it's a fish tank like this big with the viper in it. They didn't take the viper out, they took the whole enclosure.
Yeah.
And then they took like Rubbermaid tubs with a bunch of pythons. So, it's enough bulk that they couldn't do it without a vehicle.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
And like catching them and trying to get restitution, they will never in their lifetime have enough money for restitution.
Yeah.
So.
Do you know what he's referring to when he says that?
In regards to the restitution, he's talking about the cost of the reptiles and snakes that were allegedly stolen from him by Ryelee.
Apologize, just one moment. I apologize, I'm just getting rid of some distracting notifications. video was paused at 18 minutes and 10 seconds, and we'll resume.
Die. Yeah. If they sell them to somebody else who can take care of them, the boom viper will kill a guy. Yeah. So in the wrong hands, that's a problem. Yeah. And with those kids, it'll be the wrong hands. Yeah. You know. Exactly. That's our concern, is getting the animals back to a safe place. Yeah. I don't know what else we can do if you have any ideas. But,
yeah, I don't know off the top of my head. I'll kind of touch base with the county and see where they're at as far as checking address.
I'll keep my cell phone on me, so you can call me anytime.
Okay. Yeah, if something comes up, we'll definitely let you know.
And then it's out in the county at my house.
Yeah, that's fine. Just during the daytime, you can drop it off. At least they'll make sure it gets to Muskie. So.
I'm going to pause right there and back. That's at 1847. There was a little jump in the audio, so I'm going to back up to 18 minutes and 40 seconds.
In the county at my house.
Yeah, that's fine. Just during the daytime, you can drop it off. At least they'll make sure it gets to Muskie. So.
Sounds good. All right. And I guess he's off till what, Thursday?
Yes, I think Thursday they come back. So.
And I'm not sure, but the bank cameras, probably the drive-through bank and the other bank, if you put them together for the whole time frame, will probably catch them on camera. Yeah. And I would think that's good enough to get to the car. And once you get to the car, you put the car up. Yeah. I was hoping. But he didn't take any evidence out of the car at all. Because I didn't know at the time. They actually cut the cable on my gun lockbox.
Stopping it at 19 minutes and 15 seconds. Did he go on to describe what had been taken from the lockbox?
Yeah, there was a lockbox in his vehicle that had, I believe, handguns in it. It was mounted into the vehicle with I believe, a steel braided cable that was secured in the vehicle, and that had been cut.
At any point during this meeting, did Bill or Tiffany express concerns that Ryelee was armed?
No.
And again, just to go back in the video, we heard them say that's our concern, getting the animals back to a safe place, right?
Correct.
I have no further questions.
Russ.
Thank you, Your Honor. Officer Wesrud, just near the end of direct, you indicated that neither Bill nor Tiffany expressed concern that Ryelee was armed.
At that time, no.
But you were there to take a report about theft of firearms.
Correct.
And they were reporting that Ryelee was involved in taking the firearms.
Correct.
So they expressed at least some concern that Ryelee had taken their firearms.
Possession of the firearms.
Actually
Correct.
taken their firearms.
Correct.
From his vehicle.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Yes. Sorry.
And one of them, you said it was connected to the vehicle in a lockbox.
Correct.
And the lockbox had a cable.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
That cable had been cut.
Yes.
And Bill explained to you that that's why he believed it was someone who knew where it was.
Yes.
Because they came prepared to take the gun.
Correct.
And officer, you obviously have gone through some law enforcement training to be a sworn police officer.
Correct.
And this is the same police officer training that every other sworn police officer would take.
I believe so, yes.
Now, we saw that body camera, that was you meeting with Bill and Tiffany.
Correct.
And you said that that was arranged through a phone call to Bill.
Correct.
Do you happen to know the exact time of that phone call?
I'm afraid I don't.
Your Honor, may I approach?
You may.
I'm providing to you what's been marked as exhibit number 15.
Okay.
that appear to be a phone call log?
Yes.
And directing your attention to, I believe it may be the 6th or 7th phone call. You recognize your phone number on there, right?
I believe this is the phone number from the squad cell that I was assigned at that time 3 years ago. Yes.
And that's when you had called Bill
Correct.
and asked him to meet you on Main Street.
I believe so, yes.
And that was on October 19th of 2020.
Yes.
And the time of that phone call was 9:42 and 59 seconds.
Correct.
It's okay that I just use just your last name?
Yeah, that's fine.
So I wrote up here 9:42 and 59 seconds p.m. Wazrud calls Bill to me.
Correct.
And that's accurate according to that phone call log?
Correct.
And officer, you said that you, and we saw obviously portions of your body camera recording,
Yes.
and your body camera recording can be turned on and off.
Correct.
And obviously when there's nothing going on, you don't have it on.
Correct.
But when you're going to speak to someone, you turn it on.
In person, yes.
And so when you arrived at the Main Street location to speak with Bill, that's when you turned it on.
Correct.
So you turned it on right when you got there to meet with Bill.
Yes.
Okay, so we're going to pull up on screen the very beginning of that. And again, this was your body camera,
Yes.
and this is right when you turned it on.
No, there's a 30-second delay that goes back. So this is me in my vehicle. I get out, walk around, begin speaking to Bill, and then that's my activation time would be about 30 seconds after this point.
So this is when, but the time that we see in the top portion of that, that's when you actually arrived
I believe so.
to speak with Bill.
Yes.
Bill was already there.
Yes.
And you talked about the UTC, so that 2:48:05 is really 9:48 and 5 seconds p.m.
I believe so.
So I wrote up there 9:48 and 5 seconds p.m. Wazrud meets with Bill.
Correct.
And that's accurate based on what we've just been saying.
Yes.
And when you would have ended that meeting with Bill, that would be when you would have turned off your body camera.
Correct.
Okay, so we're going to go show you the very last, essentially, screenshot of that.
Sure.
Okay, so that is the very end of that video. You can see that?
Yes, I can.
That would have been right when you turned off your camera,
Correct.
right after you got back in your squad car after meeting with Bill.
Yes.
We also see the timestamp up there,
Yes.
and 3:09 and 21 seconds,
Mhm.
which is really
10.
10:09 and 21 seconds p.m.
Correct.
Okay, so I wrote that up on here. 10:09, 21 seconds p.m. Wazrud ends meeting with Bill.
Correct.
And that's accurate based on what we've just been talking about?
Yes.
Now, you indicated you work for the Waupaca Police Department,
Correct.
and you've been at least in law enforcement for 8 years in August?
Correct.
Has that always been with the Waupaca Police Department?
Yes, it has.
And you're aware that with respect to the Waupaca Police Department, there's jurisdictional issues.
Yes.
And so if issues happen within the city limits, that's sort of jurisdiction of the Waupaca Police Department.
Correct.
But outside the city limits, that's not your jurisdiction.
That's correct.
That would be, at least potentially, Waupaca County Sheriff.
Yes.
So when we heard on that body cam, you talking about the county, you were referring to Waupaca County Sheriff's Department.
Correct.
And specifically officers within the Waupaca County Sheriff's Department.
Yes.
Now we heard on there that you told Bill that county was on scene.
Yes.
That was actually referring to Mill Street.
Correct.
County was on scene, meaning deputies from the Waupaca County Sheriff's Department were at Mill Street.
Correct.
They were involved in taking Ryelee into custody.
Yes.
You indicated to Bill that Ryelee had a warrant,
Yes.
that he was being arrested on that warrant,
Yes.
would be issued a citation,
That's what I was told.
and then released regarding that warrant.
I believe so.
So nothing legally holding him there at that time from the city's perspective.
Correct.
But you told Bill as well that county might want to question him
Yes.
about the theft from his residence,
Correct.
which was in the jurisdiction of the Waupaca County Sheriff's Department.
Yes.
Because obviously the Waupaca Police Department wouldn't question them on that.
Correct.
But Waupaca County Sheriff's Department could potentially.
Yes.
And if they were going to question somebody, that might take some time.
Potentially.
And when Ryelee was going to be issued the citation, you said because the jail didn't want to have somebody in the jail at that time because of COVID.
Correct.
And the jail is run by the Waupaca County Sheriff's Department.
Correct.
There's Waupaca County Sheriff's deputies there.
I don't know if they're actually sworn deputies or not. But there are sheriff's office employees do work in the jail.
And the Sheriff's Department is actually connected to the jail.
Correct.
And so if Ryelee was being taken to the jail and being released with a citation, if county wanted to hold him for questioning, he would have been kept there.
Potentially.
And we heard you testify that you were unsure of what time Ryelee would get released.
Correct.
Because even sometimes issuing a citation could take some time.
Potentially.
And if there were other issues to discuss, that could take some time.
Correct.
And so it wasn't as though he was going to be there and you knew within 30 seconds he'd be released.
No, yeah, I would not know when he was released.
And that's what you told Bill.
Correct.
Bill knew that he was being placed into custody on Mill Street as you guys were talking.
I believe he knew that information prior to my contact with him.
That law enforcement was at Mill Street.
Correct.
But that Ryelee was being taken into custody at that time.
That I'm not sure.
During your meeting with Bill, he did express concern.
Regarding?
His animals.
Yeah, he expressed concern regarding the animals and their well-being.
Specifically, concern for his animals' safety.
Correct.
Worried that they could die.
Yes.
Expressed a desire to get them back before they die.
Correct.
Some of those animals were venomous.
Yes, I believe so.
That's what he said.
Yeah, that's what I was told.
And I think we heard in the wrong hands, somebody could get really hurt.
Correct.
Those animals could kill somebody.
Yes.
he didn't want the animals to die.
Yes.
He wanted to find out where the animals were.
Correct.
Now, we saw him in your discussion for at least a period of time, and his demeanor was the same throughout your conversation with him.
Correct.
During the parts that we saw, he didn't appear mad.
No.
He didn't appear angry.
No.
He didn't appear to be out looking to hurt somebody.
No.
Genuinely seemed concerned to get his animals back.
Correct.
And at that time, he had told you he believed Ryelee was involved.
Yes.
But he still wasn't mad.
Didn't make any comments that would lead me to believe that.
And in fact, his entire demeanor didn't suggest that he was mad in any way.
No.
We heard that he believed the animals could be at Ashton's mom or dad's house.
Yes.
But he said, I don't know exactly where they lived.
Correct.
He didn't know the address.
Yep.
In fact, at one point in this video, we saw him ask you, do you have any ideas of what we can do
Mm-hmm. Yes.
to try to find the animals?
Yes.
Now, you were asked to clarify one of the things that you heard on your body camera that Bill said. When you told him Ryelee would be released, I think your testimony was you heard Bill say, oh shit.
I believe that's what he said, yes.
And Bill told you that if Ryelee was released, he was worried Ryelee would get rid of the evidence.
Correct.
Destroy the animals.
I don't know if he clarified destroying or moving them or something along those lines.
He said Ryelee would get rid of the evidence.
Correct.
At no point during that conversation did Bill express any intention to hurt Ryelee,
Not to me, no.
to shoot Ryelee,
No.
to kill Ryelee,
No.
even to find Ryelee.
At that time, no.
He was wanting to find his animals.
Correct.
You indicated on direct that Bill didn't express concern that Ryelee was armed in any way, right?
No.
But he did tell you about a previous fight that they had had.
I don't know if he told me about a previous fight. I believe there were comments about Ryelee saying he wanted to fight Bill, but not an actual altercation.
And Bill had told you he said that previously.
Yeah, that was previous to any of the incidents of that night.
You testified earlier that there was some discussion about Bill saying something about restitution.
Yes.
And that restitution meant the value of the animals.
Correct.
And that Ryelee, if he took them, wouldn't be able to pay restitution back.
Correct.
Which would explain why Bill wanted to find them so badly.
A potential reason, yes.
Find the animals.
Yes.
And we saw that your meeting with Bill was done at, I think that was 10:08-ish p.m.
When it concluded, yes.
That wasn't your last contact with Bill that night.
It was not.
At some point, you went to Theta Care.
Yes.
And you stood by with Bill.
Correct.
At that time, to your knowledge, Bill wasn't informed that Ryelee had passed away.
No, I don't believe he was.
Bill said he hopes Ryelee is okay.
Yes.
Bill told you he cares about Ryelee.
I don't remember that quote exactly, but it's potentially could have said that.
If we pull that up on your body camera, would that help refresh your memory?
It could, yeah.
Okay. Because you also turned on your body camera when you were standing by with Bill.
I did.
And during your time with Bill at the hospital.
Correct.
We're going to go to 33 minutes and 50. So it looks like we'll start at 33 minutes and 57 seconds. Before we start, officer, this is your body camera?
It is.
And that's the one that you turned on when you got to the hospital?
Correct.
Okay, so we'll start at 33 minutes, 57 seconds.
You know, obviously I really care about, you know, Tiffany Rose, Rowan and Ryelee and April, and I'm concerned about all of them.
And we'll stop. And we stopped at 34 minutes and I think that's 7 seconds. Does that help refresh your memory?
It does.
That's Bill saying he cares about Ryelee
Correct.
and cares about Rowan.
Yep.
And he said, again, he hopes Ryelee's okay.
Yes.
And you were at the hospital standing by with Bill because Bill was getting his blood drawn.
Yes.
And then ultimately you transported Bill to the jail.
Correct.
You put Bill back in the back of your squad car
I did.
and drove him to the jail.
I did.
And before he got to the jail, Bill asked if there was any word on how Ryelee was doing.
Yes.
I don't have any further questions.
Redirect.
Yes, if we could be switched back to the input. Sergeant, I'm bringing up again the prior body camera that we had reviewed on direct. I'm going to, on cross, you were asked about a situation where Ryelee wanted to fight Bill.
Correct.
I'm going to start the video at 8 minutes and 10 seconds.
He was mad because I kicked him out of here and told him to go.
So I'm pausing it right away. When he says he was mad, do you know who he's referring to?
He's referring to Ryelee, the victim.
Rehab, but I'm not going to help him anymore. We're going to try to get him clean and help him out, and so he wouldn't do it. So, you know. So then he said, come over here and fight me. He wanted to fight. And I said, I'm not going to come over here and fight you. I mean, no matter what happens, it's not going to be a winning situation for anyone. Yeah. So he's like, you better watch out, I'm going to get you. So then he threatened me, and I'm like, well, what's he going to do? Yeah. Then he came back.
And I'm stopping it at 8 minutes and 40 seconds. Do you recall that to be the conversation about the fight?
Yes.
And Bill very clearly said fighting wouldn't be a good idea.
Correct.
There wouldn't be any good outcomes.
Yes.
And when he said he was threatened by Ryelee, what was his reaction? What did he show to you?
No change in demeanor.
He wasn't very concerned?
Didn't seem concerned to me.
Nothing.
Mr. Hogan.
Thank you, Your Honor. So this fight that Bill was telling you about where Ryelee had said, I'm going to get you.
Yes.
It was that fight that led Bill to believe Ryelee was involved in stealing his firearms.
Potentially, I don't know if that connection was clearly established or if they were separate incidents.
You had asked him, or you were discussing why he thought Ryelee was involved.
Yes.
And that's when he told you about this fight.
Yes.
That's why he thought Ryelee stole from him.
It potentially could be.
And so this fight, when Bill's saying Ryelee told him, I'm going to get you, that was potentially before the firearms were stolen.
Yeah, potentially.
And so if he doesn't express concern before the firearms, it was because he had no reason to believe Ryelee had firearms at that point.
In this conversation,
I'll sustain.
So Bill expressed when Ryelee said, I want to fight you, you said he didn't express concern.
correct.
And to your knowledge, that fight preceded the theft of his firearm.
I wouldn't know that.
But he said Ryelee told Bill, come and fight me.
Potentially.
That's what we heard that Bill told you. Ryelee said he wanted to fight me. Come fight me.
Yes.
Come out here and fight me is I think
Yes.
Bill's exact words.
Yes.
And Ryelee said, I'm going to get you.
Yes.
Nothing further.
Just briefly, when you were speaking with Bill here and he made that, well, let me back it up and just, I'm going to back up the video to 8 minutes and 20 seconds.
You know. So then he said, come over here and fight me. He wanted to fight. And I said, I'm not going to come over here and fight you. I mean, no matter what happens, it's not going to be a winning situation for anyone.
Yeah.
So he's like, you better watch out, I'm going to get you. So then he threatened me, and I'm like, well, what's he going to do? Yeah. Then he came back.
So when he's talking to you now, this is after the theft of the firearms.
This is after the theft of the firearms.
Nothing further.
He's talking to you after the theft of the firearms.
Correct.
But you don't know when that fight took place.
It was a conversation about a fight, not an actual altercation.
You don't know when Ryelee made the threat, I'm going to get you.
I do not.
You don't know if that was before the theft of his firearms.
I don't know.
Nothing further.
You may step down. Is Officer Wasrud released?
No, Your Honor.
You're not released. You need to hang around in the hallway. You're still under the sequestration order. Have you heard Waupaca?
Could we have a sidebar?
Yes. We are outside the presence of the jury. Is there a sidebar needed? Or?
You can put it on the record now.
Okay.
Do you want to or do you want me to?
Your Honor, the state's, well, it would probably not be our next witness because of the DNA analyst, but we do plan on calling Paul Benchwell to testify. I spoke with him last night after we had adjourned for the day, and he advised me that he was not aware, and I can say that our office did not advise him, or at least I did not, that the sequestration order prohibited him from watching the events that were broadcast by Court TV. He did view, I believe, a significant portion of the proceedings on Monday. However, we are asking that he still be allowed to testify, as his testimony is going to be limited to his role in performing forensic extractions from cell phones and copying the SD card of the doorbell video, and would not, I believe, have at all been changed or influenced by what was testified to yesterday.
Mr. Hogan.
I mean, I guess at this point, because it's hard to know exactly what he will say, both on direct and on cross, I I don't have an issue with that as long as the defense is able to cross-examine him regarding the fact that he was under a sequestration order and still watched portions of the trial if the defense thinks that that's appropriate line of questioning depending on his testimony.
I will allow that, and I'm assuming that to the extent his testimony is going to be regarding the extraction of items from electronic devices, he will not be testifying further about the underlying facts. Is that a fair assumption?
Only about the extractions and items that were extracted.
Okay. Hopefully that will resolve it. By taking he's not our next witness.
He was going to be this morning, but he'll be second this afternoon.
Okay, well, we will recess. Please be seated. We will go back on the record. You may call your next witness.
Please raise your right hand and state your name for the record.
My name is Kevin Scott.
Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to provide will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
You may be seated. Thank you.
Could you state your full name and spell your last name for the record?
My name is Kevin Scott. My last name is spelled S-C-O-T-T.
What is your profession?
I am a DNA analyst at the Wisconsin State Crime Laboratory in Madison.
How long have you been employed as an analyst?
I've been there for about 10 years.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as Exhibits 39 and 40. Can you identify Exhibit 39?
Exhibit 39 is a copy of my Statement of Qualifications, which is a crime lab document similar to a resume that outlines my position, education, and training.
What is your educational background?
I received a Bachelor of Science degree, majoring in biochemistry from UW-Madison.
In what year?
I graduated in 2011.
And did you receive any additional training as it pertains to forensic DNA testing?
Yes, when I was first hired at the lab, I received approximately 1 year of in-house training that covered every aspect of DNA analysis that the lab uses. In addition to that, I receive at least 8 hours of extra training every year.
So what are your duties and responsibilities as a DNA analyst?
So as a DNA analyst, I examine crime scene evidence for the presence of bodily fluids such as blood, semen, or saliva. I then attempt to extract or release DNA from those bodily fluids or from any other source of DNA such as skin cells from touched items. I then attempt to generate a DNA profile from those items. I then analyze those DNA results and make comparisons to known standards taken from individuals thought to be involved in the case. I will then prepare a written report of my results and conclusions.
And what is a technical review?
So every report that comes out of the crime lab will be technically reviewed or peer reviewed by another DNA analyst in order to ensure that both analysts, both myself and my reviewer, come to the same conclusions.
So, can you identify Exhibit 40?
Exhibit 40 is a copy of the DNA report that I authored in this case, dated April 1, 2021.
And was that report subject to a technical review?
Yes, it was.
And whoever the reviewing analyst was agreed with your findings?
Yes.
The big question, what is DNA?
So DNA stands for deoxyribonucleic acid, and it is the genetic material that is present in all living organisms. It is the blueprint that codes for all structures and functions within our bodies. And DNA is inherited, so you receive half of your DNA from your mother and half from your father.
Where is it found?
DNA is found in nearly every cell of the body, and it's the same throughout your body, which is important because that allows us to make comparisons to DNA profiles regardless of which specific source or which specific bodily fluid it may come from.
So, DNA from saliva and DNA from blood from the same person would match?
Yes.
So, are there certain bodily fluids that are easier to test or better to test?
Yes, so bodily fluids such as blood, semen, and saliva will be good sources of DNA. So if one of those bodily fluids is present, I would generally expect to obtain a detectable amount of DNA from that bodily fluid.
What about touch?
So touch DNA refers to DNA that's left behind on an object after that object is handled. Touch DNA is thought to be from skin cells that rub off onto that item, and we can detect DNA from touched items. However, the amount of DNA that's left behind on a touched item can vary depending on a number of factors. Typically, we would generally expect to find more DNA from a bodily fluid than from touch DNA.
So all through your body, your DNA is the same?
Yes, it is.
So what makes DNA useful?
So DNA is useful to us because different people will have identifiable differences in their DNA, with the exception of identical siblings. So identical twins will have the same DNA profile, but generally almost everybody else will have different DNA profiles, and that allows us to compare the DNA profiles developed from crime scene evidence to the DNA profiles taken from known standards, taken from individuals, in order to try to determine whose DNA is on what.
So does DNA work like it does on TV, where there's a crime and 15 minutes later there's a identity?
No, it would generally take much longer than that. At our lab, we process crime scene evidence. So evidence that's collected at a crime scene is then shipped down to our lab, and then at that point we will then begin processing the evidence at our lab for the presence of DNA.
And you get a lot of samples, is that fair to say?
I would agree, yes.
So how is DNA tested using forensic science?
So when we get an item of evidence that was collected at a crime scene, one of the first things I will do is I will examine that item of evidence for the presence of any bodily fluids that may be relevant to the case. This is commonly looking for any reddish-brown staining that may look like blood. Typically, if blood is on an item, that could be very relevant to the case. I can then test any reddish-brown staining for the possible presence of blood, and then I can take a sample of that on for DNA analysis, in which I attempt to generate a DNA profile from that sample. Once I have my DNA profile, I will then compare that DNA profile to the DNA profiles developed from the DNA standards in the case.
So what's the first thing you do when you receive a piece of evidence?
So when an item is submitted to the lab, the first thing that will happen is that our evidence technicians will take in the evidence and give that case a crime lab case number. And then each item of evidence that's submitted under that case will get its own crime lab item designation. So this case is crime lab case number W20-1760. The first item submitted under the case will be item A, the second item will be item B, and so on. Once I am assigned the case, I will then pick up those items of evidence and then begin the physical examination looking for bodily fluids.
What steps do you take to develop a DNA profile?
So once I take a sample for DNA, I guess I should back up a little bit there. If I do find any staining that may look like blood, or if I'm taking a sample for possible touch DNA, what I'll commonly do is I'll take a swabbing of the sample. So a swab is just an oversized Q-tip that we moisten with some water, and we rub it up against the item of evidence, hoping to transfer any DNA that's on the item of evidence onto the cotton head of that swab. I will then take the cotton from that swab and any DNA that we transferred onto it and attempt to extract or release the DNA that's present. I will then purify that DNA sample and then take a small portion of that to determine how much DNA is present. If we have a sufficient amount of DNA present, I will then attempt to generate a DNA profile. And if we do have a DNA profile, I will then interpret that DNA profile, determine if it's suitable for comparisons, and then make the comparisons to the known standards.
So what is a profile?
So a DNA profile is essentially a list of numbers that corresponds to the DNA sample at a specific set of locations that we test for. So the type of DNA analysis that we perform in our lab is called STR DNA analysis. STR stands for short tandem repeat, and that short tandem repeat is a repeating chunk or repeating segment of DNA that's known to have different numbers of repeats at specific locations within somebody's DNA. So different people can have different numbers of repeats at those locations. So I might have 14 repeats at one location, somebody else might have 16 repeats, and then we test a number of those locations to count how many of those repeats, and that number that corresponds to the number of repeats at each location is the DNA profile. So we develop that DNA profile and get that list of numbers from the evidence. We do the same thing to the DNA standards, and we compare those two, essentially trying to see if they match or not.
What is PCR?
PCR stands for polymerase chain reaction, and it is the method that we use to develop these DNA profiles. So the amount of DNA that we recover from a sample can be a very small amount of DNA, and our instruments would not necessarily be able to detect that small amount of DNA. So we use PCR in order to make many, many, many copies, millions of copies of the DNA that we found on an item of evidence, and we make those copies at those specific locations, those STRs that we test for, and that allows our instruments to be able to detect the DNA.
Do you ever get items that you find no DNA?
Yes, we do.
Even though you know they may have been touched by somebody?
Yes, so just because an item has been touched or handled by somebody does not necessarily mean that a detectable amount of DNA would have been transferred to that item.
So, what is it, the quantity of, say, substance that came off your hands that determines if you'll be able to develop a DNA standard?
Yeah, that can be one factor. So we need enough cells that contain enough DNA to transfer to that item for us to be able to have a sufficient amount of DNA to develop a suitable DNA profile that's reliable for comparisons.
If you swab an area on anything, on a gun, could even the tiniest bit of substance develop a DNA profile?
We can develop DNA profiles from very few number of cells, but the less DNA that's present, the less of a profile we will generally be able to detect. So we do want to find enough DNA for us to detect enough of the DNA profile so that it's suitable for comparisons.
So you can determine if somebody touched an item, but you were not going to be able to exactly say where or how often it was touched.
So we can only make conclusions about the DNA that we find on the object as we receive it. We cannot make any determination on how that DNA was put on the object or how that DNA got on the object.
And you don't swab every inch of an item that you get?
Generally not. It obviously depends on the type of item and what was thought to have be alleged, but we will swab targeted areas that are most probative or most relevant to a case.
So in the case of a shotgun, what areas would you swab?
Typically on guns, we are swabbing areas that are known to be handled by or known to be touched by the person who's handling the gun. So the hand grip area of the gun, the triggers, the hammers, or really any other area that may be commonly touched. We also swab any reddish-brown staining that may be blood as well.
So can a DNA profile include DNA from more than one individual?
Yes. When we develop a DNA profile, it's either from a single source, which is DNA from one individual, or it can be a mixture of DNA, so multiple individuals contributed DNA to the sample that we developed.
So does that result in a DNA mixture?
Yes, if multiple individuals contribute DNA to a sample, that's referred to as a DNA mixture.
When you come up with a result of DNA, can you age that? Can you tell how long that DNA was on a specific item?
No, generally we don't have any way of determining how long the DNA was on the object before we tested it.
And it's been known that very, very old objects have been determined to have DNA on them. Isn't that correct?
Yes, we can, or DNA can last for many years depending on the storage conditions.
Does that pose some challenges, given that a whole history of touching a certain item could still be on that item?
Yes, the DNA that we detect from an item could be from prior to the incident, it could be from the incident, or it could be from after the incident. We don't have any way of determining how that DNA ended up on the object.
So how do you make comparisons? You have a DNA profile, or let's say a DNA mixture. What do you do with that?
Yes, so in the case of a single source DNA profile, we just make a direct comparison to the DNA profile that we develop from the evidence to the DNA profile that we develop from the DNA standards. If those two profiles are consistent with each other, then we will perform a statistical analysis on that evidentiary profile in order to estimate roughly how rare or how common that profile is in the general population. And if we find that that single source profile is more rare than 1 in 7 trillion individuals, with 7 trillion being roughly 1,000 times the world's population, we will state that that individual is the source of that DNA. Now with DNA mixtures, we have a slightly different way that we can make comparisons to those DNA mixtures, in which we use a software program to help us model the DNA mixture and then help us make the comparison to it.
Do you perform statistical analysis then on the profile you develop?
Yes. So like I said before, for the single source profiles, we will perform a statistical analysis to estimate roughly how rare, how common that profile is in the general population. But in the case of mixture profiles, when we make that comparison, the type of statistical analysis is a little bit different in that we will use that computer program to develop a likelihood ratio, which is just a number that is a level of support for the strength of the comparison. Essentially, the higher the likelihood ratio number is, the more support there is that that person's DNA is present in the mixture, and the lower the number is, the more support there would be that that person's DNA is not present in the mixture.
If you find a DNA sample on a gun, can you tell if it came from blood or saliva or touch?
No. When we develop, or when we extract the DNA that's present on the sample that we take, we will be extracting any source of DNA, whether it's from blood, touch, or saliva.
Thank you. I'm going to get an exhibit sticker. I'm going to show you what's marked as Exhibit 41. I'm just going to leave it in the box. And is this do you recognize this exhibit without pointing it at
Yes, that does appear to be a shotgun that I examined in this case.
Thank you. And there is actually a flashlight mounted on the gun as well. Is that correct?
Yes, under the barrel of the gun, there appears to be a flashlight-like device that's mounted to it.
Did you visually see any substances or staining on the gun?
Yes, so on one of the two triggers, there did appear to be a small amount of reddish-brown staining that looked like blood, as well as a smear of some sort of some more reddish-brown staining on the outside of the trigger guard.
Did you see, well, it's a black barrel. Does that make it more challenging to actually see substances?
Yes, so the black barrel in this case, if there was a very small amount of blood, like if there was a fine mist of blood that was over the barrel, it would be pretty difficult to see that small amount of reddish-brown staining due to the color of the material.
So, do you recall, or can you tell us which areas of this gun did you swab?
Yep, so I ended up swabbing, I believe, 8 different areas of the gun. I took a swabbing of the right trigger, which is that trigger that I saw some of that reddish brown staining that looked like blood, as that swab was item H1. I also took a swab of the left trigger as item H2. I took a swabbing of the reddish brown staining that looked like blood on the outside of the trigger guard as item H3. And then I took a swabbing of the hammers as item H4. And then the swabbing of the very end of the barrel of the shotgun, it's like the last inch or so of the end of the barrel, as item H5. I also swabbed the hand grip area as item H6.
And just to clarify, the hand grip area would be down in this area?
Yeah, so the portion of the gun that's behind the trigger that your hand might grip while holding the trigger.
Okay.
And then I swabbed the foregrip area as item H7, which is that wooden block that's under the barrel. And then I swabbed the rest of the barrel and the flashlight device as item H8.
Now, you were provided with standards in this case as well.
Yes.
And who were those from?
I received standards from William Zelenski, Ryelee Manente Powell, and Tiffany Powell.
And so does that mean you looked for their DNA on this weapon?
So we will look for any DNA that's on the weapon. We're not necessarily looking for any one specific individual. We will process the DNA on the gun first, determine if any profiles we develop are suitable for comparisons, and then at that point we will make comparisons to the DNA profiles that were detected from the standards.
Were you able to detect DNA on this weapon?
Yes, I was.
And from which areas?
I believe all 8 areas I was able to develop a DNA profile.
Can you tell us if William Zelenski's DNA was on this gun or likely to be on the gun?
Yes, I did make the comparisons to William Zelenski.
And what were your findings?
So from the swabbing of the right trigger, I developed a single source male profile, and I concluded that William Zelenski is the source of that DNA.
And you said before that has to be more than 7 trillion?
Yes, so when we performed the statistical analysis on that evidentiary profile, we found that that profile is more rare than 1 in 7 trillion individuals. So I concluded that William Zelenski is the source of that DNA.
Okay, and then that was on the right trigger?
That's correct.
Okay, what else did you find?
So on the swabbing of the left trigger of the shotgun, I developed a partial low-level two-person mixture. So 2 different individuals contributed DNA to that mixture. When I compared the DNA profile from William Zelenski, I found that it is at least 1 quadrillion times more likely to observe this DNA mixture profile if it is a mixture resulting from William Zelenski and 1 other person than if it were a mixture resulting from 2 random unknown people.
And that was the left trigger?
Yes, so this is from the left trigger. So that provides very strong support for inclusion, or very strong support that DNA from William Zelenski is in this mixture.
And what was the next item that you had findings on?
I took a swabbing of that reddish-brown staining from the trigger guard of the shotgun. I developed a single-source male profile, and I concluded that William Zelenski is the source of that DNA.
On any of those items, the right or left trigger or the trigger guard, were you able to find DNA of Ryelee Manente Powell?
No. The swabbing of the left trigger of the shotgun, Ryelee Manente Powell had an uninformative result, meaning that statistical values in that range have been observed both for individuals known to be in a mixture and known to not be in a mixture. Therefore, no conclusion will be made regarding the presence of DNA from Ryelee Manente Powell to that mixture.
What about Tiffany Powell?
Same conclusion. Tiffany Powell also had an uninformative conclusion to that swabbing from the left trigger.
And then you next did the swabbing of the hammers of the shotgun?
Yes, the swabbing of the hammers of the shotgun. I developed another partial low-level two-person mixture. So again, 2 different individuals contributed DNA to this mixture. And when I compared the DNA profile from William Zelenski, I again found that it was at least 1 quadrillion times more likely to observe this DNA mixture profile from the hammers of the shotgun if it is a mixture resulting from William Zelenski and 1 other person than if it were a mixture resulting from 2 random unknown people. This provides very strong support for inclusion, or very strong support that DNA from William Zelenski is present in the mixture.
Were you able to find DNA of anyone else known in that mixture on the hammer?
No. So Ryelee Manente Powell had moderate support for exclusion, or moderate support that DNA from Ryelee Manente Powell is not present in the mixture. And Tiffany Powell had another uninformative result.
And the next area you tested, H5, was the swabbing at the end of the barrel of the shotgun.
Yes, so the swabbing of the end of the barrel of the shotgun, I developed a single-source male profile, and I concluded that Ryelee Manente Powell is the source of that DNA.
Now, the medical examiner in this case indicated that the end of the gun would have actually been pressing on Ryelee Manente Powell's skin when the gun went off. Is that possible to be the source of Rylee's DNA at the end of the gun?
That could certainly be possible. Anytime there's contact between an object and skin, it's possible to transfer some DNA through that method as well.
Now, the next area you tested was the hand grip.
Yeah, so the swabbing of the hand grip area of the shotgun, I developed a 4-person mixture. So DNA from 4 different individuals was in that mixture. However, that mixture was not suitable for comparisons, so I did not make any comparisons or further conclusions about that profile.
And then H7 was the foregrip of the shotgun.
The swabbing of the foregrip of the shotgun, I developed a 3-person mixture, so DNA from 3 different individuals was detected in this mixture. When I compared the DNA profile from William Zelenski, I found that it was at least 1 quadrillion times more likely to observe that DNA mixture profile if it is a mixture resulting from William Zelenski and 2 other people than if it were a mixture resulting from 3 random unknown people. That provides very strong support for inclusion, or very strong support that DNA from William Zelenski is included in this mixture. I also compared the DNA profile from Ryelee Manente Powell and found that it is at least 1 quadrillion times more likely to observe this DNA mixture profile if it is a mixture resulting from Ryelee Manente Powell and 2 other people than if it were a mixture resulting from 3 random unknown people. This also provides very strong support for inclusion, or very strong support that DNA from Ryelee Manente Powell is in this mixture.
And that was the wood piece that's underneath the barrels of the shotgun.
That's correct.
And then the actual barrel and flashlight of the shotgun.
So I took a swabbing of the remainder of the barrel and that flashlight device that was on the shotgun, and I developed a 4-person mixture. With this 4-person mixture, I was able to call a major male contributor. So 1 individual contributed the vast majority of DNA to this mixture, and I was able to determine the DNA profile from that 1 individual who contributed the most DNA, and I called that the major male contributor profile. I concluded that Ryelee Manente Powell is the source of that major male contributor DNA profile. There were at least 3 other individuals in this mixture as part of the minor component. However, that minor component was not suitable for any comparisons.
So that's not saying it wasn't William Zelenski, there just wasn't enough to compare? Or
Essentially, yes.
Okay. Now, are there explanations? What possibilities are there for Ryelee Manente Powell's DNA to be on the barrel and the flashlight portion?
Well, it could be from like anything that would provide DNA. So DNA from skin cells as a touched item. It could be from saliva. It really could be from any source of DNA.
So if Ryelee was at the business end of the gun and he's yelling, can DNA transfer in that manner?
Yes, if spittle is coming out of your mouth, DNA can transfer through that method.
Can sweat contain DNA?
Sweat can contain DNA.
Touch can contain DNA?
Yes.
A blood splatter could contain DNA?
Yes.
So there's any number of explanations. You can't determine how Rylee's DNA got on the gun, just that it's on the gun. Is that correct?
Correct, yes.
And you found Rylee's DNA on the actual flashlight portion? Or the swab was the whole length?
Yes, so that swab was most of the length of the barrel other than the very end of it, in addition to that flashlight portion. That was taken all as one sample.
So you can't identify where along the barrel the DNA came from?
No, I cannot.
When you process the gun, are there other parts of the crime lab that also process it?
Yes, there are other units in the crime lab.
What order does it go in?
So the order will depend on what type of analysis is needed, as well as the type of surface and the type of analysis that is wanted to be done on that item. So for this item, it also was processed, I believe, for fingerprints. So when DNA and fingerprints will work together and try to determine the best order to work the item. Obviously, if I take a swab and rub it up against the item, I may destroy any fingerprints that are there. So I will tend not to work or swab any large smooth areas of an item. I will tend to stick to smaller textured surfaces that are not very good for fingerprints. So I believe for this particular item, I took my first 5 swabbings first. The item then went to the identification unit for fingerprint analysis. It then came back to me, and I took my remaining 3 swabs at that point.
And were you aware they didn't find any fingerprints?
I believe I was aware of that, yes.
So is there anything in the fingerprint process that could interfere with your job looking for DNA?
So part of the processing of fingerprints, as I understand it, I'm not a fingerprint analyst, and I've not been trained in that, but my understanding is that they use super glue fuming routinely, in addition to a dye stain that's misted over the item, and that could potentially interfere with the DNA process, in that the super glue may trap some of the DNA, and the dye stain may potentially wash away some DNA. But it's not going to harm the DNA or transform it into something that's unusable. As long as we can physically swab up the DNA from the item, we can still use it for the DNA analysis.
So it's not possible for that process or any other process at your lab to make the DNA look like it's someone else's?
No, that's not possible.
So are there presumptive and confirmatory tests in your process?
Yes, so when we do our blood testing, our lab uses 2 different tests for blood. One is referred to as a presumptive test for blood, and that's the type of test that we more routinely use at our lab. It takes a very small amount of sample, and it's a very quick test. However, we call it a presumptive test because there are other substances out there that could potentially induce a positive result even if blood were not present. This could be some things like rust, or some vegetable extracts could potentially cause a positive result even if blood were not there. We also have a confirmatory test available to us that will identify the presence of blood. However, we don't routinely use that one because it takes more sample and takes a longer time.
And just as a final question to clarify, DNA is a tool, but it doesn't give us all the answers. Would you agree with that?
I would agree with that, yes.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Cross?
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Scott, I want to start with something that you testified about near the end of your direct, and understanding that you're not a fingerprint expert. You testified your understanding was that there was no fingerprints located.
My understanding that there were no fingerprints suitable for comparisons. Anything beyond that, I would not know. So,
and are you aware that in looking at fingerprints, they look at friction ridge detail?
The term sounds familiar to me, but I'm not a fingerprint expert.
So you have no idea why they weren't able to determine fingerprints anywhere on the gun?
Correct. I have no idea why.
So nobody's fingerprints were found on the gun, to your understanding?
It's my understanding that there were no fingerprints found that were suitable for comparisons.
So there could have been fingerprints on there, they just couldn't have determined whose they were?
I have no idea, but that sounds like a good statement to me.
You testified about the presumptive and, I think, confirmatory tests for blood.
Yes.
And you did the presumptive test on all the swabbings.
No. So I performed the presumptive test, I believe, on 4 or 5 of the swabs, and then the confirmatory test on the other ones.
But you were able to make determinations that blood was not detected on several of the swabs.
Yes, so from each of the 8 swabbings that I took, I did test each of those swabs for the presence of blood.
And on several of them, you did not detect any blood.
That's correct.
I want to talk about those. The foregrip was one of them that you did the presumptive test for blood.
Just to clarify, the swabbing of the foregrip of the shotgun was one that I actually performed only the confirmatory test for blood, and that test was negative. So I concluded that blood was not detected on the swabbing from the foregrip of the shotgun.
So it confirms that blood was not detected on the foregrip.
Correct. The test was negative, so blood was not detected.
And that's the same with the barrel and the flashlight swab.
Yes, the item H8 swabbing, that swabbing of most of the barrel and the flashlight, that test was also negative, and I concluded that blood was not detected from that swabbing.
So based on that test, if you were able to determine a DNA profile from those areas, it wasn't from blood.
I wouldn't be able to say that definitively. There's always the chance that there could be such a small amount of blood on that swab that it was below our test's limit of detection, or even maybe there was blood on one part of the swab but not the other, so that small part that I tested for blood wasn't the part that blood was present on. But my test was negative, so I certainly would not expect a large amount of blood to be on the swab.
And you testified earlier about the amount of DNA left in a substance can vary.
Yes.
And blood is a really good source for it.
Yes.
And if blood is a really good source and there's a lot of DNA, you might expect to find blood somewhere.
I mean, if blood is present, we would expect to find a detectable amount of DNA from that blood.
But what I'm saying is if you were able to determine a detectable amount of DNA that you could test, if it was from blood, you would expect to get a positive result of blood being found.
Can you please clarify that?
Sure, and maybe I'm asking it in a confusing way. If somebody's blood were on an object that you tested, and you were able to get a DNA profile from there, there would be a lot of DNA that you were able to extract, correct?
Well, if there is blood on an object, I would expect there to be DNA from that blood as well.
And from that sample, if you were able to determine a DNA profile, if it was from blood, you would expect then your test for blood to be positive.
I am not sure about that. As far as the lower limits of detection for our testing, I'm not sure which one would be negative first, whether it's DNA or the blood test.
But what we do know for sure is that your test did not detect any blood on the foregrip.
Correct, that test was negative.
Or the barrel and the flashlight.
That's correct.
And at the very end of the barrel, the last 1 inch, there was blood detected.
Yes, blood was identified on that swabbing of the very end of the barrel.
And that was the one that was confirmed to be blood.
Yes, that's right.
The other areas were presumed to be blood.
Yeah, so the swabbing of the right trigger of the shotgun, that very first swab I took, and the swabbing of the reddish-brown staining on the trigger guard of the shotgun, both of those had presumptive positive tests for blood.
And so those were the other areas where you were potentially detecting blood.
Yes.
Now, you mentioned with respect to touch DNA that the amount of DNA left behind can vary given certain circumstances.
Yes.
So if I were to just touch that folder, I could leave some DNA behind.
It's possible, yes.
And there's things related to touch that could impact how much DNA is left behind.
Yes.
You mentioned it's really about skin cells that rub off on an object.
That's one method that's thought to be what touch DNA is, yes.
And so if, for example, I rub it more, you would expect more DNA to be left behind.
In general, yes.
Because friction can cause more DNA to be left behind.
I would believe so, yes.
And pressure as well.
I believe so, yes.
If I touch it lightly, I might not leave a lot of DNA behind.
Correct. I would generally expect an object that's more regularly handled to have more DNA left behind than an object that's only briefly touched once.
And if I press it really hard, it might leave behind more DNA.
That's possible.
The duration of touch could also determine how much DNA is left behind.
I believe so, yes.
So the longer you touch an object, the more DNA could be left behind.
Yes, especially the more it's handled or the more prolonged contact, I would expect that, yes.
And when you combine all of those, longer duration, more pressure, and more friction, all of that can combine to leave behind more DNA.
Yes.
Grabbing an object and trying to pull it might cause some of that pressure and friction.
I believe that's possible.
If I'm holding on to an object and you try to grab it away from me, that could result in me leaving more DNA on the part that I was holding.
I believe that's possible.
And particularly if I'm holding on to the object tight, right?
Yes, I believe that's possible.
Because as it's being pulled away from me, it would cause more friction to rub onto that object.
It sounds reasonable.
In your experience, you testified that friction and pressure could result in DNA being left behind, right?
It's possible, yes.
And you would expect to see more DNA left behind the more pressure and friction there is than a simple touch.
In general, I would expect that, yes.
Now, when we look back to the foregrip of the shotgun, you testified that that was a mixture of DNA.
Yes, that's correct.
And at least 2 males, correct?
Yes, so this was a 3-person mixture, and at least 2 of those 3 individuals were male. It could be all 3, it could be just 2, but we know that there's at least 2 males.
And when we compare that to, for example, the swabbing of the hammers, the swabbing of the hammers was a low-level 2-person mixture, right?
Yes, that's correct.
And on the foregrip, it was a 3-person mixture.
That's correct.
It wasn't a low-level mixture.
No, it was not.
Fair to say there was more DNA there because it's not a low.
Yes, there was more DNA from the foregrip of the shotgun than there was from the hammers.
And you determined it's at least 1 quadrillion times more likely that Bill's DNA was there in that mixture than if it was from some unknown person.
So it is at least 1 quadrillion times more likely to observe that DNA mixture profile if it is a mixture from William Zelenski and 2 other people than if it were a mixture resulting from 3 random unknown people.
So extremely likely Bill's DNA was on the foregrip.
I would say there's very strong support for inclusion or very strong support that DNA from William Zelenski is present in the mixture.
And that likelihood ratio is the highest likelihood ratio that your lab uses.
Yes, we will only report up to the number 1 quadrillion. The numbers can go much higher, however, we just cap that number at 1 quadrillion.
And Rylee's DNA had a likelihood ratio as well on that foregrip.
Yes.
And that, again, is the highest likelihood ratio that your lab uses.
Yes, it was also 1 quadrillion.
And again, on that foregrip, we know that blood was not detected.
Correct. The test that I took from that swabbing of the foregrip was negative for blood, so I concluded that blood was not detected on that swab.
And if there was a lot of Rylee's DNA there to determine the very highest likelihood ratio, but blood was not detected, it likely came from some other source of DNA.
That's possible, yes.
And with respect to the barrel and the flashlight swab, you testified you can't determine where on the rest of the barrel or flashlight the DNA was located.
Correct. It would have been obviously where I had swabbed, which was most of the barrel, just not the very end of the barrel, as well as the entirety of that flashlight device. But it could have come from anywhere on the barrel that I swabbed or from the flashlight.
And you said you just testified you swabbed the entire flashlight.
I believe so, yes.
And you found a four-person mixture.
Yes.
And you know Ryelee is the source of at least some DNA that's there.
Yes, Ryelee Manente Powell was the source of that major male contributor.
You know that for a fact.
That is my conclusion, yes.
It's not even a likelihood ratio because it wasn't a mixture profile, right?
Well, this was from a mixture profile as a 4-person mixture, but I did not use that computer software that gives us the likelihood ratios simply because we could not use it on 4-person mixtures at the time. So I was only able to make a comparison to just that major male contributor.
And because you were able to determine a single source profile from that major male contributor, that's how you were able to identify it as Ryelee's.
Yes, I compared that major male contributor profile to the DNA profiles that have developed from the standards in this case and found that it is consistent with the profile from Ryelee Manente Powell.
And again, that was from the flashlight/barrel swabbing.
Yes.
And again, the flashlight/barrel swabbing, you did not detect blood.
Correct. That test was negative, and I concluded that blood was not detected on that swabbing.
You testified that you can't determine how long DNA has been on an object.
That's correct.
And there are certain things that DNA can tend to, I think, degrade.
Yes, certain things can cause DNA to degrade.
And I think you testified that it would depend on how an object is stored.
Yes.
And so if it was stored in a case or something that would preserve the DNA, that would help you test it many years after the fact.
Yes, that could.
You testified that the DNA comes from many different sources.
Yes.
And I believe the prosecutor asked you the DNA could be spit or DNA from saliva.
Yes.
Your lab actually has a test that can test the presence of an enzyme, right?
Yes.
Called amylase.
Yes.
And amylase is in people's saliva.
Yes.
And so you could test a swab for amylase.
Yes, we could test a swab for amylase. However, it's pretty unusual to routinely do that for a case that's not a sex assault type of allegation.
You could have tested the swabbings for amylase.
Yes, it's possible.
To determine if there was saliva present.
Yes, that is something our lab can do.
You didn't do that in this case.
Correct.
You could have determined whether saliva was potentially a source of DNA.
The testing for amylase is something that the lab can do. However, it's not routinely done and never would have crossed my mind to try on this type of case.
So I just want to make clear, your lab could test, just like it did for blood, to determine whether saliva was present.
Yes, that is something our lab can do.
I have nothing further at this time.
Redirect.
Would tissue from a body test positive for blood?
If there was blood present in the tissue, that's possible. If it's tissue like skin cells and there wasn't any blood present, then I would not expect it to test positive for blood.
So there were a lot of questions about basically leading to if Ryelee Manente's Powell's DNA is on the foregrip in the barrel, does that mean he was grabbing them? Is there any scientific evidence at all for that conclusion?
That's not a conclusion that I could make because I can't determine how the DNA ends up on an object.
And you can't determine how much DNA is on the object?
I can determine how much DNA is on an object, yes.
So can you compare, if it was from spit, it would be a different amount than if it was from grabbing the gun?
So what I can't do is look at how much DNA is present and then make a conclusion about what type of DNA that is. I could really only compare two different samples and determine which one has a higher amount of DNA.
So as you sit here today, you can't tell me if Ryelee grabbed the gun, spit on the gun, had tissue blow on the gun?
Correct. I would not be able to determine any of those possibilities.
And as the scientist, you can't, certainly we as lay people can't. We can't use your testing and make that conclusion.
I wouldn't really be able to say anything about that. I can only make the conclusions based on the testing results that I obtained.
If this gun had been in the back of a car for a week or two and any number of people were in the car, that four-person mixture, it could be anyone. Is that correct?
Correct. For the, are you referring to the hand grip of the gun or
the barrel and the foregrip?
Yeah. So from the barrel and flashlight swabbing of the gun, there was a four-person mixture. So I was not able to make any comparisons to the minor component, so the three other people that contributed DNA to that mixture. That could be DNA from anybody. We did not make any comparisons to it.
And likewise, if Ryelee was in the back seat of the car and touched the gun a week prior to the shooting, he could have left his DNA on there at that time.
That's possible.
I have no further questions, thank you.
Anything further, counsel?
The last question that was asked of you was, if Ryelee was in the car a week prior and touched the gun, could his DNA have gotten on the gun? That was the last question, right?
It was one of the last questions, yes.
Certainly, if on the night the gun was used, Ryelee grabbed the gun and tried to pull it away from whoever was holding it, his DNA could have gotten on the gun.
That's also possible.
You can't rule out that possibility.
Correct.
I have nothing further.
Ms. Isherwood, anything further?
No, Your Honor, and this witness is released by the state.
Mr. Hogan, is he released?
No objection.
You are released, sir. Thank you.
I would of exhibits, I believe 39 and 40.
Any objection?
No.
Exhibits 39 and 40 are received.
Please raise your right hand and state your name for the record.
Captain Paul Benjwell.
Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to provide will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
You may be seated.
Could you state your name and spell your last name for the record?
Sure. Paul Benjwell, Benzschawel.
And how are you currently employed?
Police officer.
And with what department?
The city of Waupaca.
And how long have you been employed as a sworn law enforcement officer?
I started with the city of Waupaca in 2011. I've been a certified law enforcement officer since 2007.
In regards to this case, what role did you serve for the police department?
I assisted with cell phone extractions.
And is that something that, as a part of your employment, you received training on?
At that time, yes.
Okay. How long ago was that?
I received training in 2018, I believe.
Okay. Could you explain briefly for us, what does it mean to extract a cell phone?
Sure. So when we have a cell phone that we're looking for, to be able to review the contents of it, we're able to utilize a program called Celebrite, and it'll parse the data off that phone for us to easily look at it versus manually browsing on a phone.
Okay, so let me just break down a few things. First of all, Celebrite, that's the name of the software?
Correct.
And is that what would you say that's sort of the industry standard, or at least one of them, for doing these sorts of extractions?
Yes. The Celebrite's the company. The software is called UFED.
Okay. So we'll just refer to it as Celebrite,
sure.
But that it does have a different specific name, the software itself?
Yes.
Okay. And you said it allows you to parse the data? What does that mean?
Yeah, it categorizes the data on the phone. It'll kind of break it down into call logs, text messages, photographs, videos, internet history. It's all dependent on the type of phone and what the software is able to do.
Okay. And you performed one of those extractions on William Zelenski's phone, is that correct?
Yes.
And I am going to put up on the screen what is marked in Exhibit 14 as William Zelenski cell phone extraction report. And now, this, there's a couple different ways you can view these extractions. Is that correct?
Yes.
And one of them is a PDF file.
Yes.
And that's what this is?
Yes.
And do you need me to enlarge it, or can you see the writing from there?
I can try to make it work.
Well, here, let me, I don't want to make it difficult for you. So here, under where it says examiner name, bench number 44, is that your?
Yeah, that was my badge number at the time.
Okay. What specific part of this report would help you to identify it as being from, of where it's from?
If you can scroll up to the top. There's usually a spot that'll say which phone it came from. I see the Apple iPhone on the top, but there's usually a spot where it'll, in fact, even if you go back to...
Your Honor, we would stipulate that this is Bill's phone extraction.
And that stipulation will be noted for the record.
And just for the record as well, the reason I did not produce this in physical form is it's 256 pages. So when you did this extraction, did you take all the data? Well, actually, let me back up. How does that work? Do you take the data or copy the data, or?
Yeah, what it does is it downloads the phone or extracts the phone, and then you can generate reports on the data that it parsed.
And a part of, you mentioned that it could look for different types of data, right?
Yes.
But it doesn't disturb the data that's on the source material?
No.
So that remains intact?
Yes.
And that's a pretty big part of, an important part of the process, right?
Yes.
So you're not disturbing or destroying anything?
Yes.
So as a part of this extraction of Bill's phone, did you also recover messages that he had sent?
Yes.
I'm going to put up on the screen what is titled Enlarged Messages. And I'm going to ask you if these are messages that you recognize from the phone extraction. And the first one I would note, there is in the bottom of each corner the page number it comes from. This is from page 186 of 256.
Okay. Yes, I do recognize that.
And so could you tell me, my cursor's up here in the top where it says from, and there's a long string of numbers, and then Bill Zelenski.
Yes.
What does that indicate?
So this one, I believe, is from a Facebook Messenger chat or message. The from would be his account number through Facebook Messenger.
Okay. And down in the bottom right-hand corner of this green box, there's what appears to be a date and a time. Is that the time the message was created?
Yes. Or sent or received.
Okay. And so, again, this is a copy of what's on his phone.
Yes.
Okay. So it doesn't in any way change the data that was there.
No.
So this message reads, I'm filling out paperwork and hunting down who stole from me today. Give me a call in a few hours. That's as you found it on the phone.
Yes.
What's the date that it was sent?
October 16th, 2020 at 11:20 a.m.
And we see after the AM, we've come across this a few times today, that UTC -5 means it's converted to Central Time. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. So I'm going to go down to, go on to the next. So again, we have another green box. And can you tell me what you can, what can you identify from this?
It was a message. It looks like it was sent on October 17th, 2020 at 6:42 p.m.
And now the previous message said from. This message says to. Is there a difference?
As far as...
Were they both created by Mr. Zelenski's phone?
Yeah, this one says to, and then the person that it says to is Jason, I can't read the Hashim.
That's okay. But is that as opposed to the Facebook identifier, is that a phone number?
Yeah, it appears to be a phone number. I'm sorry, there's a glare on the screen too, so I'm trying to, can you read the number perhaps? Or?
Sure, it reads +1 207 931 8089.
Yeah, appears to be a phone number.
Okay. And again, this message, it reads as it would have come from the phone. Someone wrote their own death sentence. I just want animals back ASAP so they don't get sick or sold multiple times.
Yes.
And you had already mentioned, correct, it was sent on October 17, 2020?
Yes.
And this is from page 198 of 256 for the record. I should probably start with them. This is from page 109 of 256. I can read the number again for you. Up here it says 2 + 1 920 594 1673. Would that indicate a phone number to you?
Yes.
So a message sent from Bill's phone to this phone number?
Yes.
And as it read on the phone, okay, keep in touch, I'm hunting thieves today?
Yes.
Are you able to identify the date, time this was sent?
Yes. It says October 18th, 2020, 3:08 p.m.
Now I'm going to show you a message from page 59 of 256. So here we have, I won't read this whole number, but similar to the first message, it says from, and there's a 15-digit string of numbers, Bill Zelenski.
Yes.
Does that again indicate it's like the Facebook message?
Yes.
And again, as it came from the phone, thanks, someone wrote their own sentence, but I have to track them down now.
Yes.
And what date was that sent?
October 19th, 2020, 1:36 p.m.
One more. This is from page 94 of 256. Again, does this appear to be a Facebook message?
Yes.
And as it appeared on the phone, it would read, definitely someone who knows me. I already reported it to police because 50K is stolen, but I think it will be solved on the streets. So that's how it would have appeared on his phone?
Yes.
And can you tell us what date and time that was sent?
October 19th, 2020, 4:28 p.m.
And what level of input do you have in creating the extraction, as opposed to what the software does automatically?
Nothing really. As far as extracting the data from the phone, like what I'm telling it to extract?
Yes. Can you tell it to change data?
No.
And can you in any other way manipulate the data?
No.
You could, as I understand it, just choose what types of data that you want to draw from the phone.
It takes all the data off the phone that it's able to, and then with the report, you can generate what type of data you want to produce for the report.
Okay. So if you could just explain that one more time. How does the process work, getting the data off the phone?
Yeah, so the software will download the data or parse the phone for the data, and then with that you can generate a report in whatever format you want and select certain items that you want to narrow down for the report. However, it's not manipulating the data or anything like that.
Okay. It's just selecting from, let's just, maybe an analogy is, it grabs everything, and if you only want to see if, let's say, a call log, you could pull that out. Is that right?
Yes.
You can't change the call log except for maybe what time, what ranges it displays, but none of the actual data.
Yeah, you cannot change the data. Should note though, on certain phones, the software does install like a program to be able to interface with it on certain phones, certain devices. That would be the only potential manipulation of a phone, is installing that, I guess call it like a backdoor app to allow the software to do what it needs to do.
Okay. And is there anything about that backdoor app that would change the data on the phone?
No.
Other than adding?
No. It just allows the phone to communicate with the software.
Okay. If I could approach Hunter.
You may.
Show you what's been marked as Exhibit 15. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
Could you tell us what it is?
A cell phone extraction report, specifically call logs on Mr. Zelenski's phone.
Okay. And similarly, as to the messages, the call log, the program just takes from the phone any data it recognizes as a call log. From the big pool of data, any data it recognizes as a call log, and then generates this.
Yes.
And were you also involved in, are you aware that there was a doorbell camera involved in this case?
Yes.
And we heard testimony earlier that the owner provided the SD card to the police officer. That wasn't you, but were you involved in getting the data off of that SD card?
Yes.
And Is there a similar process or maybe even software to extract that data?
Somewhat similar. So, yeah, there's similarities.
What are those similarities?
You're basically searching the contents of a phone for, or excuse me, of a electronic device for a certain type of evidence or files. So that would be the similarity. The process of doing it is a little bit different.
The process is different, but is the end result that you obtain a copy of the electronic data without altering it the same?
Yes, in this case, you're not altering it at all. Versus with Celebrite, there is always that potential altering with the backdoor file I talked about. It's not 100% right blocked. A cell phone is not 100% right blocked, where this was 100% right blocked.
Okay.
That was the difference I was referring to.
And again, that would really apply just to that, whether that backdoor app needed to be used to access data or not.
For cell phones, yes.
I think you have no other questions.
Mr. Hogan.
Thank you, Your Honor. It's Officer Benjwell?
Benjwell.
Benjwell.
Benjiwel. That'd be the easy way.
I'm going to write that down.
Yep.
On October 19th, you were actually dispatched to the corner of Van and Shearer Street?
Yes.
You were dispatched at 10:20 p.m.
Essentially, yeah, right around that time.
Can we have a sidebar?
Yes. Well, why don't we take an afternoon recess right now? Please be seated. We will go back on the record outside the presence of the jury, Mr. Slodgy.
Your Honor, I guess I would ask that the court limit the testimony elicited on cross. We had discussed this prior to lunch. The state elicited no testimony of Captain Benchwell's involvement in the case other than the extraction as was agreed upon, and the defense at that time had said that if we got into more, then they would be able to cross on these issues. What they're doing, I think, is essentially tying our hands. If now they're going to get into it, then we can't respond without breaching that prior agreement that we had.
Mr. Hogan.
Your Honor, the state indicated that this was all that they intended to direct this witness on. And I'm not trying to tie their hands, but it was not my understanding that they wanted to ask this witness any other questions but the phone information. Me being able to say, look, we would be able to bring it up if we thought appropriate that this witness was watching some bits of the trial. Doesn't mean the state can't bring up other topics, but it was my understanding they said, look, all we want this witness for is to present some of this phone information. That shouldn't limit the defense to being able to bring up other issues. If the state wants to go into other issues, they were more than able to. But before that, or when that issue came to light, the state said, this is all we are going to question this witness on. Based on that understanding is when I made my remark. Not before the state said, this is all we intend to bring out with this witness.
So what do you intend to examine about? I guess if you open it up, I'm going to allow them to respond to your cross. And so that may open up lots of issues, and that's your desire, Mr. Hogan?
Yes.
Your Honor, I guess I would also note, I think that there something that came to my attention after our discussion before lunch is that Captain Benchwell is also subpoenaed by the defense and was not advised by the defense either of the sequestration order. So I don't believe it would be proper for the defense then to bring it up and to impugn the character of or
I'm not going to say anyone will impugn the character.
I misspoke with character.
I think it is appropriate for the defense, if they want to raise it, that there's been a failure to comply with the sequestration order. There's no question in this court's mind that Officer Benchwell is primarily a state witness that was simply subpoenaed by the defense in depending upon how the case went. So I will certainly allow the defense to question about the failure to comply with sequestration. I don't think that impugns anyone, but I think it's fair for the jury to know. Anything else we need to talk about on the issue? Then let's take 15 minutes. seated. I take it we're ready for the jury.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Please be seated. We will go back in the record. Mr. Hogan, you may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Officer Ben Joel, we're talking about you being dispatched to the intersection of Van and Shearer Street.
Yes.
When you got to the scene, you saw a vehicle that was there.
Yes.
The vehicle was parked on the street.
Yes.
It was parked behind a stop sign.
Yes.
The stop sign right on the intersection of Van and Shearer.
Yes.
The passenger door to the vehicle was open.
Yes.
And you walked over to the passenger side.
Yes.
And that's where you observed a firearm.
Yes.
The firearm was on the passenger seat.
Yes.
It was a double-barrel shotgun.
Yes.
The one that, can you see that on the table?
Yes.
And so a double-barrel shotgun, it has two barrels.
Yes.
Side by side.
This one, yes.
And you opened the shotgun.
I did not.
Somebody opened the shotgun.
Yes.
You were there when the shotgun was open.
Yes.
And the shotgun breaks open where the hammer meets the barrel.
I believe so. I'm not familiar with a break action shotgun, so.
But you were able to determine that there were shells in the shotgun.
Yes.
And there was two shells.
Yes.
One in each barrel.
Yes.
One shell had been fired.
Yes.
One shell had not been fired.
Yes.
So there was a live shell in that shotgun.
In the right side at the time, yes.
And so the shell that was fired was in the left barrel.
Yes.
And are you familiar at all with double-barrel shotguns?
No.
Are you aware that there's two triggers on the shotgun?
No.
But you were aware that, because you could see it, there's two hammers.
I guess I didn't look that close at the time to really understand it. I handed it to another officer that was more familiar with weapons,
Okay.
with that type of weapon.
But you were able to see that there were two barrels.
Yes.
And that both barrels had shells in them.
Yes.
And again, one of them was unfired.
Yes.
And you testified that you obtained the video from a doorbell.
Yes.
And that was stored on a micro SD memory card.
Yes.
And you created the forensic copy of that micro SD card.
Yes.
And again, just like as you talked about on direct, your copy is just a copy of all those videos.
It is a exact one-to-one copy of that memory card.
And you reviewed those videos.
Yes.
And it was, I think, based on your review, the videos appear to be motion activated.
Yes.
Because you saw there were many different videos on the SD card.
Yes.
And when it was recording, there was some sort of motion by the camera.
Yes.
And the videos had a date stamp.
Yes.
And they had a time stamp.
Yes.
And based on reviewing the videos and your knowledge of the case, you were able to determine that the date and time stamp appeared to be accurate.
Yes.
Okay, so I'm going to show you some of those videos that you reviewed. this is one of those videos that you reviewed?
Yes.
And that appears to be a vehicle pulling into the driveway right next door.
Yes.
And the timestamp 21:39 and 13 seconds.
Yes.
Which is a military time, so that's 9:39 and 13 seconds.
Yes.
And again, your review of these videos showed that that date and timestamp was accurate.
Yes.
And then again, this is a video of a doorbell video that you viewed.
Yes.
And this is going to show a vehicle backing out of the driveway next door.
Yes. I mean, without playing the video, I guess, assuming.
Oh, well, we can play a little bit so you can see.
Okay, thank you.
And so that is the vehicle pulling out of the driveway.
Yes.
And the time 21:45:35, 9:45 and 35 seconds p.m.
Yes.
Okay. And before we play this, so again, this is, the timestamp is 22:17 and 1 seconds, right?
Yes.
And that's 10:17 and 1 second?
Yes.
Okay, now we'll play this video. So that's a vehicle driving down Van Street.
Yes.
And parking at the corner of Van and Shearer Street.
Yes.
And the timestamp on there, 22:17 and 26 seconds.
Yes.
That's 10:17 and 26 seconds.
Yes.
And you were able to determine that's the car that was on scene when you arrived.
I believe so, yeah.
It's that vehicle, based on all the videos that you've seen, when police got there, that vehicle was still always there.
I guess I don't know from this video to the next one if it moved at all or come back or whatever. I don't know.
But would you have any reason to disbelieve that that's the same vehicle that was there when you arrived?
No.
Okay, so I wrote on here 10:17 and 26 seconds p.m. That's when that car finally stops and parks.
Yes.
And Bill parks in front of Tara's. You know who Bill is.
Mm-hmm.
Were you able to determine that that was Bill's car that was on scene when you arrived?
Yes.
And you might not have heard the name Tara before, have you?
I'm familiar with Tara.
And Tara lived in the house that the vehicle is parked right in front of.
Yes.
And so Bill parks in front of Tara's at 10:17 and 26 seconds p.m. That would be accurate based on what we're seeing.
Yes.
Okay, now we can finish the rest of this video. Right, and then the video stops because there's no more motion.
I would assume so, yeah.
Okay, and then we'll pull up the next video. And then this is another video that you watched.
Yes.
And it starts with the timestamp 22:18 and 34 seconds.
Yes.
So it's 10:18 and 34 seconds p.m.
Yes.
Okay, so we'll watch this.
Yeah, focus on yourself. You have me. Focus on. Put down the tape. No, I can take down the fuck. Come on, bitch.
Okay, and that's where the video ends?
Yes.
Okay, we'll go all the way to the very last frame. So the video ends, we see a timestamp at the second it ends.
Yes.
And that's 22:19 and 3 seconds.
Yes.
And so that's 10:19 and 3 seconds p.m.
Yes.
That's when the video ends.
Yes.
Actually, before we add that, again, let's go to the very beginning frame of this. So we talked about that timestamp 22:18 and 33.
Yes.
So 10:18 and 33 seconds.
Yes.
And you see there's arguing in the street.
Yes.
Do you know who those individuals are?
Yes.
And one of them is Ryelee.
Yes.
One of them is Bill.
Yes.
And one of them is Tiffany.
Yes.
They're sort of arguing in the street.
Yes.
Okay, so I wrote 10:18 and 33 seconds p.m. Bill, Tiffany, Ryelee arguing. That's what we see.
Yes.
Okay, and then we'll again go all the way to the very end. As we talked about before, this is right when the video ends at 10:19 and 3 seconds.
Yes.
So I wrote 10:19 and 3 seconds p.m. is when this doorbell video ends.
Yes.
And this very end of it, at this time, nobody's been shot, right?
Yes.
And I want to show you a screenshot of this, just to like. Okay, can you see that screenshot, or can we make it?
I can't see it.
Okay. And does that appear to be a screenshot of what we just saw? The very last second?
Yes.
Okay. Fair and accurate, the timestamp's the same?
Yes.
Okay, we'll start the next video. Okay, stop. And we'll try to back up to the very first frame. And so, timestamp on here, this is the next video in the sequence.
Yes.
And the timestamp is 10:23 and 26 seconds p.m.
Yes.
Okay, when we took a screenshot of this, let us know if the screenshot is the same. And that screenshot appears to be accurate?
It says 10:23:27.
So it was 1 second later?
Yeah.
But generally the same thing?
Yes.
Okay, we're going to put both of them up side by side. We'll get there. Okay, now we have them side by side, right?
Can you say what they are again, please?
Sure. The one on the left is the screenshot of the video after somebody's been shot. We agreed that that was a screenshot of the very start of that next video.
Okay.
And then the one on the right is a screenshot of the very end of the video that ends at 10:19 and 3 seconds, right?
Yes.
And if you need to take a closer look, in the one on the right, we can see there's a person sort of standing behind the vehicle. You said that that was Bill?
I can't see it.
Yep, if you want to come off the witness stand and take a closer look.
I'm sorry, can you ask the question again?
Sure, so in the screenshot on the right, that's the end of the video, right as it ends at 10:19 and 3 seconds p.m., right?
Yes.
Before the shooting takes place.
Yes.
And can you point out Bill on that screenshot?
Yes.
So that's where Bill is standing as the video ends.
Yes.
Okay, now the screenshot on the left is the first second into after the shooting took place, right?
Yes.
And can you point to where Ryelee would have been? Or is? Okay. And that's about in the same spot that you pointed out Bill on the one on the right.
Yes.
You can have a seat. I'm going to ask you some questions now about the cell phone extraction that you performed.
Sure.
We have Exhibit 15. I'm handing you what's been, I believe, received as Exhibit 15.
It has not been offered yet, so it has not been received.
Then marked as Exhibit 15. And on there, that's the call log from Bill's phone.
Yes.
And so we can see the calls that Bill's phone made,
Yes.
and calls that Bill's phone received.
Yes.
We can see the duration of those phone calls.
Yes.
And at 10:13 and 36 seconds p.m., can you see that Bill receives a call from Danielle?
Yes.
So that information is accurate according to that phone call log.
Yes.
Now, at 10:10 and 43 seconds, there's a phone call that was made. Right?
Yes.
At 10:10 and 43 seconds?
Yes.
And what number phone call is that?
It's says 2715. 2 is, I'm sorry.
Not the phone number that was called, but in the call log, what numbered call?
I'm sorry, 4.
And we received the testimony yesterday that that was April's phone number, the landline. So at 10:10 and 43 seconds p.m., Bill makes a phone call. You don't know whose phone number that is, though.
I don't know, no.
But if there was testimony that that was the landline where Bill and April lived, you'd have no reason to disagree with that.
I don't object to stipulation. You have no reason to agree or disagree.
You can answer if you can.
You have no reason to disagree with that.
Somebody testified that that was April's or their landline. And I
Yes.
would surmise that's the number.
So when I listed up here 10:10 and 43 seconds p.m., Bill calls April. That would be correct? If that's the number that was April?
I can say they called this number. I don't know who the number belongs to.
Now, in addition to the phone call log, and that's a fair and accurate copy of that phone call log?
Yes.
That was taken right from that UFED report that we saw?
Yes.
No changes have been made to that in any way?
No.
At this time, I would offer exhibit number 15 into evidence.
I assume no objection?
We would just like to be able to mark down what pages of the log it was. So I have no objection. We'd like to look at it.
Exhibit 15 will be received.
Officer, in addition to the phone call log that we saw, there's a lot of other information available on the extraction report.
Yes.
Text messages, we saw some of those before.
Yes.
Location data,
Potentially, yes.
videos,
Yes.
photos.
Yes.
You can actually look at internet activity.
Potentially, yes.
Your Honor, may I approach?
You may.
I'm showing you what's been marked exhibit number 42. Does that appear to be an internet search history?
Yes.
And from the same extraction report?
It says extraction report, Apple iPhone.
And that's the same phone that we've been talking about?
I mean, with this log, I don't know. There was 2 iPhones downloaded, so I don't know which one.
Okay, we'll spend some time and get the actual extraction report up so we can pull up the internet
Thank you.
activity. It will take some time. We have to, unless the state still has it loaded up. Officer, when you reviewed the extraction report, you looked at it in a UFED program?
Yes.
A UFED reader?
Yes.
And because of how much information there is, sometimes it takes a while to load up on that program.
Yes.
Just like to explain for the jury why it's taking so long.
Yeah, it's parsing all that data, categorizing it. It just takes a while to load all the data on the phone.
Because again, as you testified earlier, it's literally a copy of everything that's on the phone.
Not necessarily, no.
But a large majority of everything that was on the phone.
Depending on the type of phone and the type of extraction it can do.
Display it?
Yes.
Okay. Just need to know which table.
And you can see the screen, officer?
Somewhat, yeah.
Okay. All right, so this is generally the screen that comes up when you open up the Celebrate reader, right?
Yes.
And from here is where we can determine that it was Bill's phone.
I can't see it close enough to say.
Okay, and if you want to go and take a look. I guess here's another way we'll do it. We'll pull up the call log. So you can take a look at this call log, right?
Yep.
And you saw exhibit number 15. I'll hand this back to you. And you testified that exhibit 15 was from Bill's phone?
Yes.
And that appears to be the same information that's
Yes.
on there? So this Celebrate reader report that we're reviewing is all in the same phone?
Yes.
Okay. Now we're going to pull up the internet history. And so all the stuff that you see on the right-hand side here, right, all these little dark blue boxes, that was all information that you could see on the phone, right?
Yes.
And so we clicked on web history. So the first one that got pulled up, last visited October 19th, 2020 at 1:29 a.m., right?
Yes.
Is that the first one that's listed on there?
Yes.
So that would be the same internet search history that you were able to download from Bill's phone?
Yes.
And we can see there's a lot of stuff about, animal classified ads.
Say that again.
So we can see a lot of the websites that were visited were related to animal classified ads.
Yes.
And so it appears someone is searching the classified ads for certain reptiles and amphibians,
Yes.
venomous snakes.
Yes.
And that exhibit that you have in your hand, that appears to be a fair and accurate copy of what we have up on the screen?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time I would move for the admission of exhibit 42.
Any objection?
I guess I'll note for the record it is 7 pages. Did you count how many pages?
And back on the pages. Yes.
And can you tell how many entries there are in between those dates?
Sure. Total of 50 entries.
And you limited the search of Bill's phone between particular dates, right?
Yes.
I believe that was October 15th through October 19th.
Might have been the 14th.
So the 14th.
I'd have to
to
see my
19th.
report. What I limited it to.
There was 50 websites visited in those days. And generally, you had an opportunity to look through all this.
I did not go through web history, no.
I just want you to confirm that the websites that were visited were related to animals and classified ads related to animals, as well as firearms.
Yes.
At this time, I would move for the admission of Exhibit 42.
Any objections?
No.
Received.
So you talked a lot about, I think you mentioned you were shown 5 text messages on direct, right?
Yes.
Now, there were many more than 5 different conversations that were on the Celebrate report, right?
Yes.
Did you look at them all?
I can't say I read through them all, no.
Okay, this is from an extraction report related to some text messages, right? Maybe we can zoom in and make it a little bit bigger.
Yes.
Okay, but you can see that it
Yes.
from. Okay, it's really hard to see, but can you see it a little bit better?
Yes.
Okay. Hopefully made it a little bit bigger. But at the very top, we can see the participants of the conversation, right?
Yes.
And we can see that one of the participants is Jeff Larson Skinny.
Yes.
And if you need to get closer
Okay.
to see it. And me, Bill Zelenski. So we know it's Bill's phone that we're looking at these messages from, right?
Well, you pulled this report up from a PDF, correct? This isn't the...
Would you like us to pull it up with the UFED reader?
Yes.
You can't tell by looking at this that that was from Bill Zelenski?
It just says iPhone on top, so...
So if you look down and it says from, in that very first message, it says, in the very first message, from, and it has a phone number, me, Bill Zelenski, owner.
Okay.
Is that what it says?
Yes.
And would that lead you to believe that this is a text from Bill's phone?
Yes.
And so if we look down at that first message, it says, I'm really hoping to get the reptiles back ASAP so nobody gets hurt or critters get sick. Did I read that correctly?
Yes.
And that was sent on October 17th at 3:08 p.m.
Yes.
If we scroll down to the 4th message on the page, it says, on my way now. And that was sent on October 19th, 2020 at 8:53 and 43 seconds p.m.
Yes.
So that was from Bill's phone saying, I'm on my way.
Yes.
So I just wrote up here 8:53 and 54 seconds p.m. Bill on his way. Right?
Yes.
And that's an accurate reflection from based on that text message?
Yes.
Now, I'm going to show you another text message from somebody or participant, Johnny Vang Aquatic. And again, this appears to be from the Celebrate extraction.
Yes.
And if we look at that very first message, it's from a really long number and then Bill Zelenski.
Yes.
And I think you testified earlier that's a Facebook message?
Facebook.
Okay, and so the content is from a Facebook Messenger account?
Yes.
And it says, FYI, Wednesday/Thursday I was burglarized and many reptiles were stolen. If you hear of anyone selling these, please LMK or let me know. Did I read that correctly?
Yes.
And that was sent on October 19th at 1:16 p.m.
Yes.
And if we go to the second page in this, and we look at the green message, again, we can see that's a message from Bill Zelensky's Facebook.
Yes.
And it says, I am just hoping to get the animals back before they disappear. I'm starting to track leads. I read that correctly?
Yes.
And that was sent on October 19th at 1:19 p.m.
Yes.
And if we go to the third page and look at the first green message, again, that's from Bill Zelensky's Facebook.
Yes.
And it says, I reported everything stolen. Car was at my Main Street building and reptiles at my home and country. So someone who knows both places. I read that correctly?
Yes.
And that was sent on October 19th at 1:23 p.m.
Yes.
I'm going to show you another one with participant Matt Schmidt. Again, this is from that same extraction report.
Yes.
And if we look at that first message, again, we can see it must be a Facebook message.
Yes.
From Bill.
Yes.
And it says, Wednesday night, Thursday, someone robbed us, stole handguns, $, iPhone, and stuff out of my car behind Main Street building. Also took a bunch of reptiles from our shed at home. Let me know if you hear or see anything. I read that correctly?
Yes.
And that was sent October 19th at 3:40 p.m.
Yes.
And if we go to the next page, the first green message on there, again, sent from Bill Zelensky.
Yes.
Had to be someone who knows me, so I want to try recovering the animals before they disappear for good. I read that correctly?
Yes.
And that was sent October 19th at 4:14 p.m.
Yes.
I'm going to show you another message with participant Jim Hubschman. And again, this appears to be a Facebook messenger conversation from that Celebrate extraction.
Yes.
If we scroll all the way down to page 6, and the very last green message on page 6 says, someone stole a bunch of stuff from my car and my shed, so looking into any possible suspects. I read that correct?
Yes.
That was October 16th at 9:30 p.m. If we go to page 8 in the very first green message on the top of page 8 says, I'm still filling out paperwork and hunting down the third. I read that correct?
Yes.
It's referring to paperwork.
Yes.
That was sent on October 16th at 9:40 p.m.
Yes.
Jim Cushman. If we scroll down to page 11, and we look at that second message in green, and that's from Bill Zelenski.
Yes.
Says, trying to find clues to who stole my reptiles. I read that correctly?
Yes.
October 17th at 11:58 a.m.
Yes.
Okay, I'm going to show you another message with a Phyllis Zelenski. Again, that looks like it's from the Celebrate Extraction report.
Yes.
And from Bill Zelenski's Facebook.
Yes.
And if we look at that first message, we got burglarized and had someone steal a bunch of expensive reptiles and money and guns out of my car yesterday. I read that correctly?
Yes.
And then there's some discussion about hitting a deer, right?
Yes.
And it says, still filling out paperwork for the 2 thefts, car and animals. I read that correctly?
Yes.
And that's October 16th at 4:10 p.m.
Yes.
I'm going to show you another with Eric Everett. Again, this appears to be from the same extraction report.
Yes.
Facebook message with Bill Zelenski.
Yes.
The very first message, FYI, someone broke into my place and stole a bunch of reptiles. I read that correctly?
Yes.
And that was sent October 17th at 6:25 p.m.
Yes.
And then there's, the next message is some sort of attachment, right?
Yes.
And then that was sent October 17th at 6:25 p.m.
Yes.
Actually, 6:25 and 23 seconds p.m.
Yes.
And then the very next message says, list of stuff stolen in case you hear of anyone trying to sell it. I read that correctly?
Yes.
And that was sent the same date at 6:25 and 54 seconds p.m.
Yes.
I'm going to bring up another conversation with Early Sullivan. This again appears to be from the same extraction report.
Yes.
And from Bill Zelenski's phone.
Yes.
If we scroll down to the bottom of page 2, and it says, thanks, it really sucks because I spent so much collecting them and now someone just stole them and it must be someone who knows me. I read that correctly?
Yes.
That was October 17th at 9:44 a.m.
Yes.
And if we scroll to page 3, in the second message, if you see anyone trying to sell these things, let me know. I read that correctly?
Yes.
That was October 17th at 9:48 a.m.
Yes.
I'm going to show you another conversation with a Ryan Forkel. And that, again, this appears to be from the same extraction report.
Yes.
Facebook Messenger from Bill Zelenski.
Yes.
If we scroll down to page 3, the very first message says, FYI, Wednesday/Thursday I was burglarized and many reptiles stolen. If you hear of anyone selling these, please let me know. I read that correctly?
Yes.
That was October 19th at 2:02 p.m.
Yes.
If we scroll to the top of page 4, And this one says, it's definitely someone who knows me because they hit my car too and took handguns and money from another location at the same time. I read that correctly?
Yes.
That was on October 19th at 2:04 p.m.?
Yes.
And I'm going to show you another conversation with a Jim Krause.
Yeah, I just find up the relevancy and cumulativeness.
We'll take a brief recess. Please be seated. We will go back on record outside the presence of the jury. Mr. Hogan, what response, if any, do you have to Mr. Szilagyi?
Well, Your Honor, the state spent some time showing text messages that allegedly support their theory that Bill was sending messages regarding hunting people down and allegedly talking about wanting to kill them. I think it's appropriate for the jury to understand the full context and see all these other messages where he's simply just trying to find information about these animals.
Mr. Szilagyi?
Well, Your Honor, the state would certainly agree that he sent messages that were not contesting that there was a theft and that he tried to recover his property.
How many more messages were you planning on going through, Mr. Hogan?
I believe possibly 4 additional conversations.
Your Honor, I'm also somewhat concerned with the record we're making, and there's no paper documents. We're going to want to have copies of this, and
This is not part of one of those electronic exhibits?
These are all on Exhibit 25 and labeled appropriately with messages with the individuals I've referred to them as.
Well, I guess if we're talking only 4 more, we may as well go through them.
And I can quick look to see if I will need to go through those 4.
go through them with this officer.
I think I can get by with 2 additional ones, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you. Okay. Please be seated. We'll just wait. Or stand if you want to stretch some more. Now please be seated.
Right, officer, I'm going to show you a conversation between with Brian Schwegler. And again, this would be a same extraction report we've been discussing from Bill's Facebook. And if we scroll to the bottom of page 1, FYI, Wednesday, Thursday, I had someone break in and steal a bunch of high-end reptiles out of my shed and a couple of handguns, money, and a phone out of my car. Just wanted to let you know to keep everything secure. And if you happen to hear of any reptiles being sold in the area, please let me know. I read that correctly?
Yes.
And that was sent October 19th at 12:55 p.m.?
Yes.
I'm going to show you one more conversation with Andrew Ungerman. And this appears to be from the same Celebrate extraction report.
Yes.
And it appears as these are instant messages or text messages.
Yes.
If we scroll down to the bottom of page 5, says the very last message, I just hope to recover the animals before they get harmed or trade hands too many times or the viper kills someone. I read that correctly?
Yes.
That was sent October 17th at 11:32 a.m.
Yes.
So a lot of the text messages that were on Bill's phone are about trying to find information about the animals.
Yes.
Now, it's fair to say in all the text messages you reviewed, there's no messages from Bill's phone saying, I'm going to kill whoever took them.
Can you repeat the question? I'm sorry.
Sure. In all the messages that you reviewed, it'd be fair to say there's no messages that are from Bill that state, I am going to kill whoever took these from me.
Correct.
I have no further questions at this time.
Redirect.
Just briefly, if I could.
Switch tables. Can you switch tables? Oh, I'm sorry.
I want to go back to the exhibit marked enlarged messages. Can you take a moment and read that?
Yep. Someone wrote their own death sentence. I just want animals back ASAP so they don't get sick or sold multiple times.
So you just asked if there were any messages that Bill wrote that said he was going to kill someone.
Yeah, I guess I apologize. I thought he was referring to the ones that we just reviewed. He had reviewed.
And then I have review one last message, and as we had discussed, this was sent October 19th, 2020 for 28:30. Could you read that? Just take a moment and read it out loud.
Definitely someone who knows me. I already reported to the police because 50K-ish stolen, but I think it will be solved on the streets.
And was it?
Objection, Your Honor. Argumentative.
I'll sustain.
No further questions.
Officer Benjuel, you can't read Bill's mind.
Correct.
Someone wrote their own death sentence. You don't know what Bill meant by that.
No.
We saw some of the messages, these animals were venomous.
Yes.
And Bill was worried, at least expressed worry in these messages, that they could hurt somebody.
Yes.
Even kill somebody.
Yes.
Nothing further.
I guess briefly, Your Honor. Did any of the messages that were shown express concern about the guns that were stolen and how they might kill people?
No.
Nothing further.
But there were several messages related to the guns being stolen.
Yes.
Nothing further.
You may step down. Is this witness excused?
Yes, from the state.
Yes.
You are excused. Thank you. You may call your next witness.
Would call Brett Rodens.
Please raise your right hand and state your name for the record.
Brett Rodens.
Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to provide will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
You be seated. Thank you.
Could you state your full name and spell your last name for the record?
Brett Rodens. Last name is spelled R-O-D-E-N-Z.
And what is your profession?
Police officer, City of Waupaca.
What is your rank?
Detective Sergeant.
How long have you been employed in law enforcement?
Since December of 2007.
And as detective sergeant, what are your primary duties?
Investigating larger cases such as sex offenses, assisting in bigger burglaries, and this case here.
I am going to get some exhibit stickers. At some point, were you called in to investigate the death of Ryelee Manente Powell?
Yes, I was.
Do you know what time on October 19th you arrived on scene?
I don't remember exactly what time I arrived on scene. I know I was called right around 10:30 p.m.
What was the first thing you did when you arrived on scene?
I didn't arrive on scene or at the police department, and was instructed by my supervisor that I would be writing a warrant.
Okay. So at that point in the investigation, you were doing more paperwork, administrative type duties.
Correct.
And did your duties in this investigation also include interviewing witnesses?
That's the majority of it, yes.
Now, when you talk about a search warrant, did you execute a search warrant on William Zelenski's car?
Yes, I did.
And there's a table in front of the state's table. Is that where you put most of the items that you found in Mr. Zelenski's car?
Correct.
So I want to just point out a couple, or a few. First, we have an item that's been marked as Exhibit 41. Can you identify what this is? Yeah.
I can identify from photos. I did not see the gun on scene. I did not collect the gun.
From getting it out of evidence, are you aware what Exhibit 41 is?
Yes.
What is it?
It's the 12-gauge double-barrel shotgun.
And was this used in the
Yes.
homicide?
Yes.
When we have stuff marked, then I'm going to put it on that table so we know. Your Honor, I move for admission of Exhibit 41.
I assume no objection.
No.
Exhibit 41 is received.
I'm going to hand you two items and ask if you can identify Exhibit 43 and 44.
Yes.
Let's start with 43.
Pair of handcuffs with keys strapped to them.
Now, when you say handcuffs, are those handcuffs you can go to Shopko and buy for your kids to play with?
They're not toy handcuffs. They're law enforcement grade handcuffs.
Are they similar to the handcuffs you use?
They are.
And Exhibit 44?
Same thing.
And those two are more professional style handcuffs?
Yes.
Where did you find those?
They were in the driver's side door compartment as you open the door right down.
Right in the door?
Yes.
Your Honor, I move for admission of Exhibits 43 and 44.
Any objection?
No.
Proceed.
Now, there were a number of knives, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, I'm going to ask Detective Sergeant Rodens to come down here so that we can identify and mark them quickly. Now, there was a knife that was found on Mr. Zelenski's cap, is that correct?
Correct.
And can you mark or show that, and we'll mark it as Exhibit 45? Now, how does that knife open?
It's inactivated. You can use one finger and activate it that way.
And that was attached to his cap at the time of the homicide?
I did not see any pictures at the time of the homicide. I saw it in pictures prior to the homicide.
Can you identify Exhibit 45 as the knife that was attached to his cap?
Yes.
Did he have another knife on his person when he was arrested?
He was arrested, yes. The Sheriff's Department indicated there was one other knife that was on his person.
Was it in a pocket?
Yes.
Can you pick up that knife and we'll mark it as Exhibit 46?
I believe is this one here.
And then how does that one open?
Same activation.
Here, I move for admission of Exhibits 45 and 46.
Any objection?
No.
Proceed.
And what other knives did you find in the vehicle?
In the vehicle during the search warrant, I found this red one here was also on the front passenger seat.
We're going to mark that as Exhibit 47. So that was in the front seat. And how does that one open?
Same thing.
There's a reason I'm having you do that and not me. And I'm going to mark a knife as Exhibit 48. Do you recall where this one was located?
This one is found in the glove box of the vehicle. Same thing.
So easily opened with one hand.
Yes.
And then there's a knife I'm marking as Exhibit 49.
This one is found, I think I put in report center console, but the center console like right in front of the gear shift.
So not where you have to open.
No, the one right in front of the gear shift. There's like a little compartment.
Open compartment.
Yep. And this one here is just a folding knife.
Is it? Okay.
It's a folding knife. Yeah. Doesn't spring.
So that one you need two hands.
Correct.
Were there any other knives found?
There was actually 2 vehicle search warrants that were served.
Okay.
During the second one, there was 2 other knives that were missed during the first one because of all the stuff that was in the vehicle that was overlooked.
Are they here?
Yes.
Can you find those? And while he's looking, I'm moving for admission of 47, 48, and 49.
Any objection?
No.
Proceed.
In the second search warrant, when I went back in, this was located in the tan duffel bag that was in the trunk.
And I'm marking that as Exhibit 50. So that one comes straight out.
Yes. And it was inside of this, which might have been the reason it was overlooked the first time, but it was...
Inside a pouch.
Yes.
And there's a knife that I recognize from hunting days marked as Exhibit 51.
This knife was found strapped to a case that was in the trunk. It's called a Rossi case. It was through a strap in there. It was hooked onto that in the trunk.
And speaking of the Rossi case, I'm going to mark that and its contents as Exhibit 52. And can you describe what that is?
This case is found in the trunk. It's, when I open it up, it's a gun that you can interchange barrels to be either 22 or a 20 gauge. So this piece is in separate. a lot of shells that were sitting loose, so it's, but they're tucked in to here. One barrel would be, again, shotgun barrel, where you would input that way, and then one would be for 22.
So the same gun can be a shotgun and a 22?
Yes.
Yeah, slide it in.
And inside of those two was also 20 gauge shells and 22 shells that were sitting inside of this as well.
Okay, why don't you put them right back inside, and that's all we marked as Exhibit 52.
Yep.
And when you're talking about the shells, that's all live ammunition?
Correct, they're all live ammunition.
Your Honor, I move for admission of exhibits 50, 51, and 52.
Any objection?
No.
See.
And when I did the second search warrant, there was also one other knife that was located in the back that he had. It was, like I said, full again when I went through all the papers and stuff looking for that evidence. This one was
And I make
looked.
that's Exhibit 53. And how does that one open?
That's just a standard.
Two hands.
Show the jury. I'm sorry.
Now, can you identify exhibit? Well, we already have Exhibit 16 marked, but it wasn't identified by you as where you found it.
This was the stun gun that was recovered at the scene. It was recovered on top of the hood of the car. I was not there to recover it myself, but.
And does that also act as a flashlight?
I believe so, yes.
And is this the stun gun that we see in the video when we see the light flashing that Mr. Zelenski was holding?
It was one place in the hood of the car that Mr. Zelenski said was on the top of the car.
Okay. Your Honor, I'd move for admission of Exhibit 16 and 53.
Any objection?
No.
See.
Okay. I'm going to mark this knife as Exhibit 54.
There was one other knife that was in packaging that was found. It's just a fillet knife that was found in the trunk as well.
Now, sometime later, what looks like a weapon, a gun, and I've just marked as Exhibit 55. Can you explain when that was recovered and how that works?
Officer Grant was called to, or started a call that he had information that the landlord at Ryelee's apartment had found something, and when he got there, it was determined to be a BB gun. At the time, we did not know it had any major evidentiary value, so it was logged in under that case, not this one. I should say it was packaged under that case.
And this, you don't have to load it.
No.
But this case was identified as the gun that's in the picture with Ryelee and Ashton and the Tanqueray gin bottle.
It is believed to be yes. When we got this gun, it was the magazine. It's a BB gun. Was jammed, so it made it look like it almost was an extended magazine on it, but it was jammed inside of there. Part of the confusion when I got there is I was not able to get it out, so I had my Glock armor.
Yeah.
So.
But it is a BB gun. Oh, there's the picture.
Yes. And you can see the clip. The magazine is extending down there, but it was because it was jammed.
It also has a wristband around it. And in the picture, Riley's wearing a wristband. Does that appear to be the same wristband?
It does.
Okay, thank you. I move for admission of Exhibits 54 and 55.
No objection.
Received.
Then, can you identify Exhibit 56?
This is a hammer that was located in between the front driver's seat and the console area. Down, if you reach down where all the in between that hard spot in the seat. That's where it was found.
So it's readily accessible to a driver?
Yes.
Now, a hammer also has legitimate uses, is that correct?
Yes.
I'm going to grab those. And this is Exhibit 57. Can you identify that and where you found it?
It's a Worth baseball bat found in the floorboard of the back seat.
Again, this can have a legitimate purpose or a not legitimate purpose. Is that correct?
Correct.
I don't know what that is, but I'm marking it as Exhibit 58. Do you know what that is?
Garden tool. Also found on the floorboard of the back seat.
Would you consider that a pretty intimidating weapon?
Yes.
I move for admission of Exhibits 56, 57, and 58.
No objection.
Received.
Now, I'm marking this as Exhibit 59. Do you know where the contents of it are? What is Exhibit 59?
59 is a fanny pack that was found in the street behind Zelenski's vehicle. Again, I did not recover this. It was recovered at the scene. That was brought back and packaged by officers.
And it was identified as belonging to Ryelee?
Yes.
Now, there was paperwork inside?
Correct. This paperwork, want me to explain it?
Yes.
Was one of the reasons I believe why Ryelee was detained or brought in, arrested by law enforcement. Second page of it is City of New London Municipal Court Ordinance. It shows a fax date over 10/19 that came back and was given a new court date.
And there was also a wallet?
Yes.
And what was in the wallet?
In the wallet was three fake $100 bills and a torn $20 bill. They're fake because it says for motion picture purposes only on it.
So there was no spendable real money in that wallet?
No.
No identification of any sort?
No.
I'd move for admission of Exhibit 59.
No objection.
Received.
Now, you just showed some shells.
Yep, these are extra.
What?
These are separate.
Yes. There's 3 spent shells. What kind are they?
These are 38 special. They were actually found on the second search warrant when we were going depth looking for paperwork. The ashtray actually picked up and they're located underneath the ashtray that's missed in the first warrant.
And what kind of gun are they from?
They're from a 38 special.
Oh, you said that. I'm sorry. And those are in an envelope marked Exhibit 60.
And this was what
That was in the same
No,
area.
that was found loose in the trunk with when I went back in through all the papers. I missed that somewhere in the trunk area.
And that's from a 20 gauge.
20 gauge, yes.
I'm going to put that, Your Honor, in the same envelope as Exhibit 60 with the empty shells. So in the Rossi bag, that gun would be able to shoot the 20 gauge. And there is a clip or a belt I'm marking as Exhibit 61. Can you identify this?
This belt was during search warrant was in the back seat, laying there ready accessible.
And it has both 12 gauge and 20 gauge
Correct.
shells. And then I'm going to mark Exhibit 62. This envelope, can you describe what this is?
This was a magazine that was found in the center console. The ammunition was in it, but we take it out of it to count it. It was for a 9mm. It was found in the center console where you flip up the top part.
Now, 9mm, is that the type of gun that Bill Zelenski reported as being stolen?
I believe so, yes.
$13 shells. And if we can mark that wallet. Can you identify Exhibit 63?
I did not collect this. This is also on the scene.
Yes.
This is located on top of the car, and we're on top of the vehicle by front, right kind of in front of the rear passenger door and then top of the hood.
And in fact, Mr. Zelenski had indicated that his wallet was there.
Yes.
And it's snakeskin, which seems appropriate. And then I'll just mark that as 64 so we know. And can you?
That's a torn apart gun sleeve, sock around a clown that was also on top of the car, foot of the car, where his wallet was sitting on, and the stun gun was sitting on top of it as well.
So I move for admission of exhibits 60, 61, 62, 63, and 64.
No objection.
You see,
No, there were, oh. There's another baggie here that I'm marking Exhibit 65. Can you identify that?
These were unspent or loaded .40 caliber bullets that were found in the tan backpack in the trunk area.
Did you find any weapon that would hold these?
No.
Previously, I had marked exhibits 11, 12, and 13. Are those from the search warrant of the vehicle?
Correct.
And where were they found?
Exhibit 12 was found in the center console. They sound like this straight up. You can see the ring thing.
can you describe what they are? Because they
I'm
never
sorry.
been described.
It's a notebook with different messages and notes in there for.
That's fine.
Okay.
A black covered notebook.
Yes.
And then exhibit 11.
So exhibit 11 this was found in the tan backpack, and also just some different notes and stuff, some information that we're looking for to further investigation.
And exhibit 13.
Also found in the tan backpack, another little notebook with notes.
Your Honor, I move for admission of exhibits 11, 12, and 13, and 65.
No objection.
Received.
And then just the final exhibit was miscellaneous papers, is that true?
Correct, yes.
And where were they found? In different places?
This one is found in the front passenger door.
Okay.
It's just a card to.
And so I'm going to mark as exhibit 66 because it was found in a separate place. And then were the rest of these paper items found together?
This note was found in the center console.
So I'm going to mark as exhibit 67 a note that starts Gary and Linda. They were together, just tell me they were together. And where did you find, I'm going to put one exhibit sticker on them, miscellaneous papers, and where were these found?
In the backpack in the trunk.
In the trunk. I move for admission of exhibits 66, 67, and 68.
No objection.
Received.
I have no further questions.
Cross.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Officer Rodens, you indicated that that white gun sleeve was found on scene.
Yes.
It was found on top of the vehicle?
Yes.
And it looks like it could fit that shotgun?
It's torn, so I never pieced it together to see if it fitted or not.
But that was on top of the car?
Yes.
And pretty much everything else other than maybe I think the wallet was inside the vehicle?
Yes.
Now, you've been sitting at the table right here, right, in the courtroom?
Yes.
During the whole trial?
Yes.
You were here when George Meeting testified?
Yes.
You heard George testify that Ryelee had told him Bill previously threatened Ryelee?
Yes.
You spoke with George Meeting previously?
I did interview him, yes.
On November 11th of 2020?
I don't recall the date.
But it was shortly after this incident occurred?
Yes.
And you told George you were investigating the incident where Ryelee had been shot?
Yes.
You told George that you were looking to talk with people that had information?
Yes.
You asked George what he knew about Bill?
Yes.
You asked George about his relationship with Tiffany?
Yes.
You asked George about how he found out what happened to Ryelee?
I don't recall how I asked that, but...
You did talk about what happened with Ryelee?
Yes.
And you asked George if Bill ever threatened him?
I believe I did, yes.
And then near the end of that interview, you asked George if there was anything about Bill or Tiffany that he felt you should be aware of?
Yes.
At no point during that conversation did George tell you that Ryelee had previously told George Bill had threatened Ryelee?
Not in an interview, no.
You were also present here when Tara Dalrymple testified?
Yes.
You heard her testify that Bill was agitated when he was at her house earlier in the night?
My recollection was that he was calmer than she'd ever seen him before.
You heard her testify here in court?
Okay, yes.
You heard her testify that Bill was agitated when they were at her house earlier?
Yes.
And again, you had spoke with Tara previously?
Yes.
On a number of different occasions?
Twice for this investigation, yes.
And you talked about Bill and Tiffany stopping over on the night of this incident?
Yes.
And they were talking about the animals?
Yes.
Tara never used the word agitated during that conversation? Or any of those conversations?
Not that I recall.
Again, you remember when Tara was on the witness stand testifying?
Yes.
And you heard me ask a question about her daughter Madison? Specifically Madison having a car?
I vaguely remember that, I'm sorry, yes.
And whether Madison was asked by Ryelee or Ashton for a ride?
I vaguely recall that, yes. I'm sorry.
You recall her testifying that Madison did not have a car?
Yes.
And when you spoke with her, one of the times was on October 26th?
I believe that would be the date when I did a follow-up interview with her.
You talked to her about what you had heard about Madison getting asked for a ride?
Yes.
Asked for a ride by Ashton and Ryelee?
Yes.
Asked by Ashton and Ryelee for a ride to go rob Bill?
Yes.
She told you she didn't think Madison gave them a ride?
Correct.
She didn't tell you she couldn't have given them a ride because she doesn't have a car.
I don't remember that coming up, no.
She never mentioned during your conversation that Madison did not have a car.
No.
She said, I don't think Madison gave them a ride.
Correct.
Now, you're Waupaca County Police Department, or Waupaca Police Department?
Correct.
And you and I have actually met before.
Yes.
When I came down to the Waupaca Police Department.
Yes.
And I actually viewed some of this evidence.
Correct.
And I had a tape measure with me.
Yes.
And you saw me measure the shotgun.
Okay.
Oh. Oh, that's okay.
Oh, I'm sorry.
It's okay.
Your Honor, may I approach?
You may.
Officer, I'm handing you what's been marked as Exhibit 69, 70, and 71 that appear to depict the shotgun.
Yes.
These are photographs of the shotgun
Yes.
and photographs of the shotgun next to a tape measure.
Yes.
And you can see in one picture the full length of the shotgun.
Yes.
And then there's a close-up sort of from where the hammer is to the end of the barrel.
Yes.
Your Honor, may I approach again?
May.
Showing or putting on your witness desk the demonstrative that I used earlier. I'm holding out a tape measure. And can you identify in the picture how long the shotgun was?
About 37 inches.
And can you identify, if laid out this tape measure next to this demonstrative, how long this demonstrative measures?
37 inches.
So about the same exact length as the shotgun from the incident? Now, in two of the other pictures, there's a different measurement, correct?
Yes.
And it's from where the hammer meets the barrels to the end of the barrel. Right?
In one picture, there's from the hammer to the end. The other one.
It just shows the end.
Yes.
It shows a closer up of what the tape measure had said. Okay, so I'm going to put where this orange tape starts to the end of the barrel. And can you identify how long that is?
Just over 21 inches.
And in the picture of the measurement of the shotgun, from the end of the barrel to where the hammer would meet the barrel, how long that was?
About 21 inches.
So about the same distance where this orange tape just starts to the end of the barrel?
Correct.
And the measurement, I think, starts at, in those photographs, of the where the barrel hits the, or where the hammer hits the barrel.
Yes.
And looking at that, can you tell me where the foregrip starts in that photograph, the measurement?
Where it starts here?
Yep, the
Okay.
measurement from the hammer to where the foregrip starts.
10.5 inches, possibly.
And can you identify where the foregrip would start on this demonstrative?
About right where the blue and orange meet.
And, yep, and what distance or
10 1/4 you have measured.
So about the same as where the foregrip would be in there?
Yes.
And then the foregrip extends, or the distance from the hammer to the foregrip is about how long in the photograph?
Looks like about 10. You saying from?
From the hammer to the start of the
Oh,
photograph?
I'm sorry. About 4.5 5 inches.
Okay, and the measurement on this from the orange tape to the start of the blue tape?
4 inches.
About the same?
Yes.
And then from the start of the orange tape to the start of the second blue tape, about how far is that on this measurement?
17 and a quarter.
And from the hammer to the start of the flashlight, can you see how far that measures? From the...
Yeah, I'm looking at both to verify. Between 30 and 31 inches. Looking at that right? I'm sorry.
Are you able to determine from exhibit number 69?
I'm sorry, my fault. Yes, I didn't fill that. That'd be 14, just over 14 inches.
And from the start of this orange tape to the start of this second blue tape?
14 inches.
So this would be about where the flashlight about would start?
Correct.
And how about where it ends? The end of the blue tape.
17 and a quarter.
And from the hammer of the shotgun to the end of the flashlight?
About 17 and a quarter.
So the blue tape on here, approximately where the foregrip of the shotgun would be and where the flashlight of the shotgun would be?
Correct.
Now, you testified a lot of these items that have now been moved to this table were located in the vehicle?
Yes.
And a lot of them were located within either the front or back seat of the vehicle?
Correct.
There's a lot of stuff in that vehicle?
Correct.
So much so that when you executed a search warrant the first time, you missed a couple of knives.
And I missed a couple that were in the back trunk in the backpack.
But you did search in the trunk the first time.
Correct.
And so there were several knives that were within the either front or back seat.
Correct.
And I think the hammer was located between the front passenger seat and center console.
Correct.
And the baseball bat was on the floor in the back seat.
Correct.
And that garden tool was on the floor in the back seat.
Correct.
And then obviously some of those could be used as weapons.
Correct.
And so if somebody were to access the vehicle, they could potentially access any one of those weapons?
Correct.
Now, on October 19th, you did ultimately have contact with Bill?
Yes.
You had contact with him actually on the very early morning of October 20th?
Correct.
At the time that you had contact with him, he was at the Waupaca County Jail?
Yes.
And at the time you had contact with him, no officer had told him about what had happened to Ryelee that you're aware of?
No.
And Bill said that he was concerned about Ryelee.
He had.
Bill asked you if Ryelee was okay.
He asked about him right away, yes.
And you told him you would talk about that in a little bit.
Correct.
Bill said he wanted to make sure Rylee's okay.
It's one of the things, yes.
He was concerned about Rylee's well-being.
Yes.
Now, at some point during your contact with Bill, you did inform him that Ryelee had passed away.
Yes.
And during that, you were wearing your body camera?
Yes.
And I believe at the moment you told him, you had turned the body camera off?
It had been off because the interview was over, and then when I had found out that he was going to wanted to call his wife, I didn't want that beat, so I turned it back on, and there's a delay.
Okay, and so I'm going to pull up that body camera for you. Okay, so this is your body camera?
Yes.
And we can see the date and time on there?
I can't read it,
But you can see a date and time?
Yes.
And this would be right after you told Bill that Ryelee had passed away?
Yes.
I'm going to play this. That was Bill's reaction to finding out Ryelee had passed away.
Yes.
That was the first time that you're aware of that night that he learned Ryelee had passed away.
From my understanding, yes.
I don't have any further questions at this time.
Redirect.
When Bill had a blood draw for his, he had a blood draw prior to coming to the jail, is that correct?
Correct.
And a search warrant was done for that blood draw?
Correct.
And you drafted that search warrant and got a judge to sign it?
Correct.
What charge was on the search warrant?
First degree intentional homicide.
And Bill told you that he saw on the search warrant it was first degree intentional homicide?
Correct.
What does first degree intentional homicide mean?
Intentionally taking someone's life.
So, was there somebody else we were suspecting might have died that night?
No.
Bill said all he was trying to do was help Ryelee
He did say that.
as he chased him in the street with a shotgun and a taser?
Objection, Your Honor. Misstates the evidence.
Now, just as far as Mackenzie, do you have to own a car to give somebody a ride? Or Madison, I'm sorry.
No.
The kids all seem to have rides, even though very few of them actually own cars. Is that true?
True.
Do you have any knowledge that Mackenzie owned or didn't own a car in Madison, I'm sorry, Mackenzie, that Madison owned or didn't own a car in 2020?
I would not have had that knowledge, no.
And today you don't have that knowledge?
No.
I have no further questions.
Mr. Hogan.
Thank you, Your Honor. But again, Tara didn't tell you Madison didn't have a car.
No.
She didn't say the reason I know Madison didn't give him a ride is because she doesn't have a car.
No.
You indicated that Bill read the search warrant.
You mean when I interviewed him, he said I read the search warrant, yes.
And, you know, Bill's not a lawyer. Right?
I wouldn't think he would be, but I do not know that.
The search warrant doesn't have there's two parts to a search warrant, essentially, correct?
Correct.
There's the actual search warrant itself, right?
Correct.
And the affidavit attached to a search warrant.
Correct.
And the affidavit is what includes the factual allegations.
Correct.
And the factual allegations would include facts such as Ryelee had passed away.
Correct.
The actual search warrant would not include those facts.
Correct.
And when Bill was given the search warrant, he wasn't given the affidavit to go with it. He was just given the search warrant.
Correct.
So there was no facts suggesting Ryelee had passed away on the search warrant itself.
Other than the charge, there's no facts, correct?
So at nowhere in that search warrant does it actually say Ryelee passed away.
Correct.
I have nothing further.
Didn't Bill tell you that the search warrant said first degree intentional homicide?
Yes.
And didn't he tell you I wouldn't homicide anybody?
Yes.
I have no further questions.
Hogan, anything?
No.
You may step down. You may call your next witness.
We are calling Tiffany Powell. We approach and talk about timing.
Sure. The length of the next witness, I guess we will recess for today then. If the jurors, again, does anyone have problems being back by 8:30 tomorrow? Otherwise, we will see you at 8:30 in the morning. Thank you for your attention. On the record, outside the presence of the jury, Ms. Isherwood, you indicated that Ms. Powell will be your longest witness, but she's your last witness. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, and so a couple hours, or?
I anticipate it could be.
So, assuming you may be resting sometime mid-morning?
That's my expectation. I thought we'd get her in today, but with it being 4:35, that gets pretty late.
Okay, and you will be prepared, Mr. Hogan, tomorrow morning then?
Yes.
Okay, anything else we need to talk about on the record tonight?
Miss Powell has 14 convictions. Wait, let me check.
And just for transport officers, she's going to be staying the night then, here?
She's staying the whole week.
Whole week, okay, all right, good.
I don't anticipate releasing her at the end of her testimony in our case in chief.
Okay.
I just want to get this number.
14?
It's 14.
Okay, thank you. We will then recess. Thank you, everyone.